Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us and finding us over in this Zoom meeting. I'm very excited for our afternoon sessions. The idea here is really to be more interactive and engaging. So for the past day and a half, we've had really phenomenal speakers from all different backgrounds and experience. And this afternoon, we want to provide an opportunity for teams that are interested in competing to engage a little bit more. I know we have speakers from day one that are also in the audience that may be interested in providing additional information or background. And I think the concept that we are really striving for with XPRIZE Rainforest is the understanding that this is a movement that we're looking to establish together with a community of people that share common interests and goals in this space, and that by working together, we will all be more successful. And to get us started on this afternoon, and just to kind of wrap up our event over the next few hours, we'll be holding a number of different sessions with different topics, starting with Indigenous peoples and local communities, followed by government pathways to conservation. There'll be a short break, which we can use as somewhat of a matchmaking session and office hours. And then the final two for the day will be business pathways and NGO pathways. And of course, these are just touching on the surface of different perspectives, different experience, different fields or sectors that ultimately we want to be working collaboratively together with. And whether you're a team that's competing or somebody in the audience that has something to offer, XPRIZE Rainforest is a long-term program. We have 4 more years, and what we're really looking for is establishing partnerships and relationships that can build this program and guide it into the best that it can be, to ensure the success of everybody being involved. And I think that what is possibly most exciting is the ecosystem of people that we've already convened, the individuals that you've heard from already. It's just a phenomenal group, and I think we share a passion for improving the future. So with that, I want to introduce our first session. Yesterday, we spoke a lot about Indigenous peoples and local communities. We had phenomenal presentations from Hindu and Namante and Mitch and also Shyla and others throughout the day. And Megan spoke a lot to that as well. And today we're going to be speaking with some of the organizations that were mentioned yesterday or that were represented yesterday in a little bit more detail. From Niatero, Amazon Frontlines, Digital Democracy, and also added a good friend, Dominique, from Gorongosa National Park. And everybody's in these sessions throughout this afternoon are going to provide about 5 to 7 minutes, a background on their work, their organization, and how they're working in this space. And then we'll go into discussions and Q&As, but this is more of a panel type process. And so with that, I really am excited to introduce our first speaker for this initial session on IPLC pathways to conservation. Margarita Mora is passionate about empowering local groups in their efforts to manage their territories. She has dedicated the past 17 years to devising and implementing strategies for integrating conservation into a positive vision of the future for these communities. Marga, as Managing Director of the Conservation Stewards Program of Conservation International, a pioneer in the conservation agreements model, has been involved in conservation agreement initiatives in 19 countries around the world. She is applying the lessons and experience from this work to shape Niatero's approach to building partnerships with Indigenous peoples and local communities worldwide. Margarita believes that if ecosystems that are vital for humanity's well-being are to thrive, the people who have sustained these places and are most knowledgeable about them must also thrive. She is a conservation fellow at the Mulago Foundation, a director's fellow at MIT Media Lab, and Heinrich Boll Stiftung alumna. you're going to have to correct me on that one. But without further ado, Marga, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for all of your support and contributions thus far. We're very excited to hear from you.
Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Peter, for the introduction. I am really thrilled to be here in this panel together with the other colleagues, particularly Kate and Emily, that I know a lot about their amazing work. So today I am going to share a bit of what we think at Niatero in terms of working with indigenous peoples. Give me a second, I will share my screen. I want to start this presentation sharing that, most of what remains of nature nowadays is in the hands of indigenous peoples. Half of the forests worldwide are in the hands of indigenous peoples. These are the areas of the highest cultural value to humanity. They have the highest diversity of plant and animals, and that is not by chance. They have the largest carbon stocks, and they are key for fresh water cycles. People living in these areas have the right to determine the futures that they want. And our job, all of our job from all of us, is to stand in solidarity with them and support the path that they have chosen. Last century, the word conservation was streamlined, and conservationists focused on nature. They didn't recognize indigenous people's rights, knowledge systems, or their contributions to humanity. Conservation was achieved by forcing people out of their territories, by fencing protected areas, by changing ways of life, and by manipulating communities. Biologists, ecologists, anthropologists, sociologists, geographers, I am a geographer, were going to communities and mining information without even recognizing the indigenous people that have provided that information, and not acknowledging the owners and users of these lands and waters was not good for anyone and was not good for nature. In my case, as Peter mentioned, I am Ecuadorian. I can speak very quickly in Spanish and in English, but I was very lucky to grow up spending a ton of time in the countryside. My parents made a really big effort for me to have that relationship to the territory. And when I started working, I was really eager to understand the relationship between people and their environment and figuring out ways in which that environment could remain as majestic as it can be and that people could actually be better off. And I fell so in love about this idea that I spent the next 17 years working on this and figuring out ways in which you could establish equitable relationships and agreements between communities and conservation organizations, ensuring that we would all be more accountable. However, I realized that this was not enough and that it is actually still not enough, because despite of all having really good maps about almost everything, we have been ignoring a crucial map, and that is the map of human identity. And we are right now in a crisis, but it is actually, if you look at it closely, it is a values crisis. And this values crisis started when all of us lost our relationship to territory. Luckily, this has not all been entirely lost. Indigenous peoples still hold those values deeply, and we could reveal those values with their help. And this starts by all of us recognizing that those places that we see as forests, as rangelands, as oceans, are way more than that. These are not only the places where people gather food, find medicines, or construction materials. These are actually the places where grandmothers tell the epic myths of their people, right? These are the places where mothers take their children to teach them about their culture, about their ancestors, and also to think about their future. These are the places where daughters and sons belong way before they are even born. These are the places of their ancestors, the places that are inhabited by non-human beings linked to their history and to their knowledge systems. These are the places where they find wisdom and maintain their connection to the spiritual world. And I know that for the Western society, these ideas are sometimes really difficult to grasp, but it is the reality. Indigenous peoples are around 5% of the global population, around 400 million people. And they uphold vast areas, not because of conservation, but because they have a common identity and a value system. And this is one of the most durable aspects of humanity as a whole, as identity passes from grand or great-grandparents to the great-grandchildren that they might never even meet. And they have over centuries developed knowledge systems and place anchor technologies that result in what we at Niatero called guardianship. For us, guardianship is the right of indigenous peoples to their territories, the acceptance of the responsibility on those territories, and their capacity to sustain vital ecosystems within collective territories. Great pressures threaten indigenous guardianship, and indigenous peoples around the world are seeking now recognition, partnership, and support. And that is why Niatero was established. First of all, partnership, we all have to remember, doesn't mean imposing our way of thinking, our way of knowing, our way of learning, but it is actually honoring, respecting, and standing in solidarity with indigenous peoples, and being able to listen carefully and attentively to the people that know those places the most. We at Niatero are fully focused on working alongside indigenous peoples to secure the health of their territories and their cultures. And this requires building new types of relationships that are based on trust, reciprocity, and equity. And we are really aware that this is a lot of effort, that it is not only for one organization to do, but that actually many organizations have to change the way they work with indigenous peoples for us to succeed. And when thinking about the XPRIZE and the participants, I want to say that you can also do it. It is your responsibility when developing conservation technology to put indigenous interest first, to embrace cultural perspectives connected to territory, and to recognize indigenous people's relationship and clarity about the interdependence between ecological state and human well-being. You don't need to arrive with predefined solutions, and you actually need to take the time to co-create this technology with indigenous people that will actually use them, right? I know that in a moment, Kate and Emily are going to talk more in detail about this through the experience of their organizations. But I want to say that doing this right requires time. There's no way of speeding up processes because things are going to move at the speed of trust. It will require consultation, and not with one individual or two individuals that you might not well, but it actually has to require participation and knowledge and approval of the entire community that you are going to serve. Otherwise, you are just going to keep mining information and maintaining this inequitable relationship where information is taken from indigenous peoples and actually it never comes back to them in a way that it is useful for them. You need to think that sometimes moving fast is the easiest way to fail. To finish this presentation, I have now a 6-year-old boy, and I am always thinking about the future, and I am always thinking about whether he's going to be able to see, experience, cherish, and learn from these very different perspectives of what to be human actually means. And this has led me to ask constantly a key question, which is what kind of ancestor I will be, and what kind of ancestor are we collectively going to be? And this is not a new question. Indigenous peoples have been asking this question for thousands of years. And actually, when I think about my work, when I think about the partnerships that we establish with indigenous peoples, when I think about business, governments, XPRIZE, etc. My hope is that we all start asking this question on a regular basis, because this might lead us to start thinking about well-being, not solely in terms of what we can take, but actually in what we leave behind, right? And that might be the way and the path that we have to collectively address the climate change threat that we are all living into. I want to leave this conversation by saying that we heard yesterday in the Monte, we heard other indigenous peoples, Hindu was fantastic. Those are strong voices that need to be heard. But actually, with all indigenous peoples you interact, those voices are in those territories as well. So be very careful on how you develop your project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marga. We're going to proceed with our next couple speakers, and then we will regroup as a panel for Q&A and discussion. Next, we have Dominique in the room. Dominique Gonçalves is an ecologist born and raised in Beira, a city near Gorongosa National Park in Mozambique. She is focused on elephant conservation in Gorongosa National Park, which she joined in 2015 as a research fellow and now leads the Gorongosa's elephant ecology program. Working in elephant ecology conservation with communities and colleagues, Dominique hopes to build coexistence between communities and wildlife throughout the park's buffer zone. A passionate advocate for girls' education to prevent early marriage and help them have a full life of opportunities, Gonçalves believes that her work with elephants is an artifact of girls' education. She uses elephants as an emblematic species to help inspire and improve the schooling experience of vulnerable girls in education programs such as the park's girls' clubs, working towards sustainable development goals of gender equality and life on land in the communities around Gorongosa National Park. Gonçalves is the narrator of the film Our Gorongosa, a park for the people, which reflects a new model for conservation and community development in one of Africa's iconic national parks. Since 2018, Dominique is a National Geographic Society's fellow, and in 2019 was featured in National Geographic's Women of Impact film. Dominique, it's wonderful to see you, and looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much.
Hello, hi, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be here, and with no further ado, I will just start with my presentation. I have to say that I'm really honored to be presenting right after Margarita, and yesterday I heard Nemonti. This is really amazing for me, and today I just wanted to talk about Gorongosa National Park briefly. Gorongosa National Park is a protected area in central Mozambique, right in the end of the Rift Valley. And Gorongosa per se also involves the Mount Gorongosa and this buffer zone where about 200,000 people live. Because of all the location of the Gorongosa Park right in the end of the Rift Valley, the park has many habitats, which is also provides a lot of resources for a lot of wildlife. And Gorongosa is now known as one of the Southern Africa most successful restoration stories. And this is mainly because after being decimated by a civil war of 16 years of civil war, Gorongosa was decimated. Large mammals were depleted, and since the restoration project started in 2018 until now, we managed to get our wildlife numbers from 10,000 to now 100,000 animals. But Gorongosa's success story is not only because of its wildlife coming back, it's also because of the work we do with our communities, or the way we also restore people's life. And in this talk, I'm just going to point out a few principles we have in the park, or that guide us to do our work. And things that actually helped us to be successful in this way. Not saying that this is the recipe, but it's something that we recognize that probably has been helping us. One of them is the management. The park is co-managed in a public-private partnership in a contract of 35 years. This management model is between the government of Mozambique and the CAR Foundation, US-based NGO. This private-public partnership kind of give us a lot of, a lot of room to do things and to adjust as quick as we want or we can when we see that certain things are not working. The other thing that has been one of our pilots is actually conservation itself and science. Gorongosa National Park, as many other places in Africa and the world, also face threats every day. And one of the worst ones, of course, but our ranges, they are 270 now. They are managing to keep, to reduce the poaching by 72%, and also to keep the worst of the legal wildlife trade in our door. And so we also now focus a lot on some of the most critical and most important species that really need protection. And we have been breaking some barriers in terms of genders, of what a woman can or cannot be in terms of being ranger, science, and other things. So protection is critical, but you can't really protect what you don't know what you have. And this is when our science comes, and the science department, we continuously monitor and document every kind of biodiversity, every species we have in the park and surroundings. At this moment, so far at this moment, at the E.O. Wilson Laboratory, Biodiversity Laboratory, we have already documented more than 6,000 species. Many of them new to sciences, many of them new recordings from the area, and so on. And we are now also even trying in our education program, really helping and bringing students to do master's degrees in the park based on the science and many other departments and programs we have. Not sure why my slide is not going. But I wanted to say that the other thing that we have been doing, okay, unfortunately something starts, but I'll just continue. The other thing that we've been doing besides conservation and science is also benefits. Of course, we want to create benefits, and as many people have said before, a national park is actually an opportunity course for the local people who live next door. The people who live there can hunt, can farm, can live in the area because the area is actually set aside for nature. So there's an opportunity cost, and we have to pay that opportunity cost back to people. For example, in our case in Gorongosa, we provide around 650 different jobs to the people who live in our communities around the park. In terms of, they can be rangers and many other things. But not everyone can have a job, of course. So the park also works with the government of Mozambique to provide other services such as healthcare, education, especially for vulnerable girls, healthcare, conservation, agriculture conservation, and sustainable conservation for the communities around, water and sanitation. And that's one of the things that really has been helping us, because we know that if people see their benefits, they can then listen. People won't listen and be looking into conservation if they have their basic needs met. And talking about benefits, of course, to provide all these benefits, it takes time and it takes money. It is expensive. So the park also tries to, because the park, most of protected areas in Mozambique and probably in the world are really not well funded. So what we do is we partner with people and partners that actually have a focus on human development. And because we have our people, our communities around the park that also need basic needs met, they bring the human development and we deliver. Because these NGOs, these institutions need people who know the area and people who have trust and relationships with the communities around. And then, of course, this when we provide, we work together. But the other thing, we can't really rely on donors forever. And that is what actually leads me to take, it's unfortunate that I think my screen has stopped sharing. I'll keep presenting or keep speaking. Not sure. Oh, I think I'm back, am I? Hello, Peter, you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I think behind the scenes, we have one of our web people that has your presentation that's trying to figure out, can you just maybe direct them? Do they need to go back or forward?
All right, can you go back a little bit? Thank you.
No problem.
All right, I was talking about this. Okay, now forward, please. But this image, I was talking about benefits and opportunity costs. We can go forward now. And I was talking about funding and saying that, of course, to fund all these benefits to our local communities, it takes money, a lot of money, and parks are probably underfunded. And we partner with organizations who actually deliver human development aids, and we kind of help them deliver this to our communities. Next, please. It's with this funding that I was saying that we don't want to rely on donors forever, and we have to look in more sustainable ways to keep providing to our communities and the protection and conservation of the park. And with that, I want to take you for one of our last kind of pilots and also challenges, which is thinking long term, and also the story of the Mount Gorongosa reforestation. This is Mount Gorongosa, which is on the top of the park in the mountain where we have the rainforest. The rainforest of Mount Gorongosa is like an ancient relic of the Congolese rainforest and once covered all Africa. It is on the Mount Gorongosa rainforest that most of our rivers are born, and these rivers kind of flow down all the way to the park, and they are the ones who sustain the habitats and also its wildlife. Next, please. However, it's also in the Mount Gorongosa that a lot of our endemic, rare, and newly described species live. But however, we're losing the cover of the rainforest due to slash and burn agriculture. Annually, we have a rate, a loss rate, estimation rate of 350 hectares per annum. And this is something that we cannot ignore. A lot of the people downstream or down the Mount Gorongosa, including the park, really depends on this rainforest. Next, please. And also, there's a lot of people who live in the mountain. The people who live in the mountain are living in extreme poverty. There's a growing number of settlements on the lower banks parts of the mountain. And not only that, it's also in Mount Gorongosa, where the opposite political party of my country, Mozambique, has its headquarters kind of hidden in the top of the Mount Gorongosa. The top of the mountain is restricted, the access is completely restricted, and I believe that many of us hasn't been in that area since 2015 and even before. So there's a lot of things that may be happening there that we don't know. So what we wanted to do in one of our approaches, kind of bold approach to try to save the rainforest of Mount Gorongosa and help to lift the people out of the poverty, is working with our communities and grow coffee. So the coffee plants are planted with native trees. So far, next week, so far we have planted about 300,000 seedlings of coffee, and we have planted 100,000 native trees in the nurseries. So coffee is shade-grown coffee that is grown under the shade of native trees in the mountain. this coffee, next slide, please. This coffee is already provided jobs for more than 200 people, and it's already changing. This is a picture in the same place with as you can see, 5 years difference. You can see that the place is already changing the character from just agriculture place to a more forest view place. This also provides a great platform for us for research and study in terms of reforestation, and also to see how the people have changed slowly from just planting corn and trying to have some little coffee trees alongside to a complete kind of line of native trees and coffee. Next slide, please. So with this coffee, as you can see, every bag counts, and 100% of the profits is what we use them to support also our human development programs, agriculture, healthcare, education, water and sanitation, and other kind of jobs in factories. This is all also thanks to the support of this coffee. And we have a goal with that. With our goal is to have at least 20,000 girls in school, more than 2,500, 250,000 wildlife, large mammals, and more than 1 million plants, native plants planted in the mountain, back in the mountains. Although it looks like we're having a slow progress, it is still not enough. And there's things that are actually all out of our control, especially when we talk about the conflict instability in the area. There were times that some of my colleagues had to flee the mountain and not being able to go back to the mountain to do anything for months, and because of the conflict. And those coffee seedlings only survived because brave people in the mountain, men and women, would go in the night water these plants. And this is actually the resilience of the coffee project that actually doesn't really, of course we help, but it is where it is today thanks to the people in the mountain that keep working on it when we couldn't get to the mountain. Next slide, please. But we also have other things now to think when we think about long term. We have climate change. This has been brought to my home, Mozambique, quite violently since 2019, when Cyclone Idai destroyed basically the city of Beira and destroyed also livelihoods of many people in a buffer zone of our park. Next slide, please. So this has not changed until now. It still continues to go like that. We're still in a very vulnerable position, and it helps us think about our place in this massive landscape. It helps us realize that we can't just think of protecting an area now or people. We have to think about everything as a big puzzle, and the roles we all have as nature, as people, and what do we do in terms of the future. In this moment, I'm speaking to you, the same city, Beira, and some people in our buffer zone, in some of our communities are bracing again for another cyclone, third so far this year. And this is not changing, so it's just growing. And I want to say, next slide, please. I want to say that ultimately it all revolves around the people. It is thanks to these people that the coffee is where it is. It's thanks to this local communities that we're able to still protect the park and do many other things and bring wildlife and other things back. It is thanks to these people, believing or not, we may have many things outside and be able to control in a different world, but it depends on the people who live next door to these places. They are the ones who have everything in hands, or the willing, and they are the ones that will only be able to make sure that those places survive. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dominique. We really appreciate you sharing, and look forward to hearing a little bit more in our panel discussion in a few minutes. We have 2 more speakers in this session, and we've heard a little bit about their organizations so far throughout this event. First, we're going to hear from Emily Jacoby, who's the founder and executive director of Digital Democracy, works to decolonize technology and co-design tools with traditionally marginalized communities. With her team, she is pioneering tools for offline mapping and environmental monitoring with indigenous communities in the Amazon rainforest and partners around the globe. Over more than 12 years, Digital Democracy has supported frontline communities to map over 1 million acres of rainforest, halt mining and oil concessions, and stem the tide of deforestation in biodiverse regions. Emily, it's great to see you again. Welcome and thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's really an honor to be here and to be alongside such other panelists, including Kate, who will come next, who we've worked with very closely with Amazon Frontlines, and of course with Namante sharing yesterday. It was such an honor to be following her words. So yeah, thank you so much for the introduction, Peter. At Digital Democracy, our mission is to work in solidarity with marginalized communities to use technology to defend their rights. And I'm going to talk today a little bit about our work and what it looks like, and really try to apply lessons from that may work for all of you, that can apply to the XPRIZE Rainforest as the teams go off and to do your work. So to begin with, our approach is twofold. The first is that we work directly with local communities on the ground in their locations and support them with training and workshops and really a holistic way to integrate technology into the existing workflows and cultural traditions that they have. So we've been doing workshops and trainings all over the world, and often long time, like multi-year accompaniment. Second is that we do build our own technology, and we do so in a way that's co-creating those tools from the get-go with our partners. First, from really listening to their needs, understanding, what are the challenges they're facing, what are the technical constraints that they're dealing with, to then build those tools out. So just to give you a sense of the scope of our work, over the past 8 years, we've been primarily working in the Amazon rainforest. And as you can see from these orange dots, have a lot of partners that we're working with across South America, mostly in the rainforest. But then we also are starting to do work with First Nations groups in Canada, doing some work in Kenya right now, and have other potential partners in Sub-Saharan Africa. And then we have a handful of partners in Southeast Asia. So you heard from Namante yesterday. This is a photo of her from many years ago when Warani communities first invited us, along with Alianza Sebo and Amazon Frontlines, to support them in mapping their territories. They were facing a variety of threats at the time, didn't yet know exactly which threats were going to come to fruition, but they had a strong sense that mapping would not only be important for telling their own story and better understanding within their community the needs that they had, but to also build unity amongst different Warani villages. So with mapping, we always start with paper and pencil, accessible technology that allows everybody in the community to get involved. So from the elders to the youngest people in the community, everybody is part of that process. And then what we did is we actually started building and adapting existing digital technologies for digital mapping in a way that they would work offline, and that these partners could actually do that mapping themselves in villages. So downloaded the app that we created and put it on their laptops, and then they were able to go from village to village despite having no internet access, despite rarely having electricity, usually just through a generator or solar panels. They were able to actually work alongside our partners, and they didn't require one of us to be behind the computer doing the mapping. They were able to do it. So Jorge, who's here on the left working for the Alianza Sebo mapping team, was able to sit and have these in-depth conversations with elders and get their information and put it onto the map. So there's a lot more I could say about that process, but to kind of fast forward, here's an example of one of the finished maps. This is actually from that first village in Nemampare, where Namante was doing helping to lead one of those first workshops. And over the course of the 3 years of intensive mapping, they came up with hundreds of icons to denote the different animals, plant species, cultural sites, etc., that they were mapping. As you all know, excitingly, those maps were used in the legal process to actually fight against the government's concessions, oil concessions, and they played a key role in the courtroom. But more importantly, and I think Kate will speak to this even more, they played an important role in building the unity that Waorani people needed in order to fight that legal case. So I told you a little bit about Mapeo. That was the desktop app that we were primarily working with the Waorani, and that was used for territory mapping. Mapeo also is a mobile application that we've developed alongside here. This is another Alianza Sebo community. These are Kofan guardians in the community of Sinangue. And with them, we developed the mobile application. So the goal with the mobile application was to make it really easy for people to have a mostly icon base, but also be able to have information in their own language. And they can go out and use the map to take GPS points, determine which icon it's related to, depends on what they're monitoring or what they're mapping, and then for people to be able to see it all on their phone. As Margarita mentioned, so often technology groups come in and they might have a way to extract information, but that's rarely stays within the community. It was really important to us to build a tool that allowed our partners to be able to maintain that information over time. So even as they can share it out, they always have that information on their own devices in their own communities, despite lack of internet access. Just a little bit about kind of how that tool that we first co-built with Waorani and Kofan and other partners in Ecuador and Peru, it's now being used in over 20 different areas across 8 different countries. Our partners that we know of are actively monitoring and defending over 4 million hectares of territory, and there's probably many more that we don't know of. And the evidence has actually created real change. It's been used in court cases to protect territory, to halt mining, prevent oil drilling, and to clean up oil spills. A little bit more about Mapeo itself, and this is where I think some of the lessons that we've learned can hopefully apply to the XPRIZE. As I've mentioned, we built it to work offline, and of course that's going to be critical for all of you dealing with rainforest environments. There's rarely internet, rarely cell phone, satellite internet is very expensive. And so for us, it was important to build tools that could allow all the data to be shared locally, to be offline first, and then to be able to be shared out with outside world when there's an internet connection. We also made it really easy for data to be shared, first and foremost within the communities, and then secondly with the outside world. We do a lot of exporting data to different global databases and regional databases, sometimes regional authorities and so on. We really designed Mapeo to be very simple to set up. The interface is easy to use. And again, that's to make it accessible for our partners to really not only be able to use it, but to feel ownership over it. And then next stage is really the most important to us, which is community ownership of the data. We talk a lot about Indigenous data sovereignty, which is a really important principle that we could say a lot more about. But in our case, everything about Mapeo has been built for our partners to really have control of that data so that they have the agency to decide what to do with it. And that is, I think, part of what's led to it being so successfully used in court cases. And then finally, for us, it was really important that it be open source, that it be accessible, that it be free to our users. Because it's open source, Mapeo has been translated now by volunteers into multiple languages. That's how it's expanding in Southeast Asia. And that's been really exciting to see some of the successes of users in Latin America then being replicated in other regions. And finally, I'm just going to end with a quote from Opie, who is the director of the Waorani Mapping Project from Alianza Sebo. He said, "Technology won't save our land. We have to save our land." Obviously, as the director of a digital technology focused nonprofit, of course, I believe that technology has an important role to play in ensuring the future of tropical forests. But if that technology doesn't center the perspectives, wisdom, and experiences of Indigenous forest guardians, then I believe it will be doomed to fail. So thank you so much for this. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Emily. It's great as always to hear more about your amazing work, and looking forward to it as well. Our final speaker for this session, before we get to that point, is Kate Horner, who's the Deputy Executive Director of Amazon Frontlines. They are an organization defending Indigenous rights to land, life, and cultural survival in the Amazon rainforest. Their team is comprised of an international group of human rights lawyers, environmental activists, forestry specialists, environmental health scientists, filmmakers, journalists, anthropologists, and farmers. And they live and work in the Western Amazon. Their mission is to support the struggles of Indigenous peoples to defend their rights to land, life, and cultural survival. So with that, Kate, thank you so much for joining us and all the work that you do.
Hi, everyone. Really nice to be in touch with all of you. We just start presenting here. It's also great to be on a panel of such wonderful friends and colleagues, some old, some new. And I'm only just realizing now that we're also a panel of all women, which is wonderful for discussion about mapping and monitoring. So I congratulate the XPRIZE on that front. Thank you too for the introduction. And I'm sorry that I'm speaking to you where I'm cat sitting in Quito instead of from our organizing center where most of our team typically lives and works in non-pandemic times. It's a beautiful place of rehabilitated forest. Although I was thinking today that the last time that I spoke with Peter and John, they appeared to be maybe a little bit distracted by all of the monkeys and birds flying around in the background. So hopefully my more traditional background will be less distracting and you can focus on the pretty pictures of the presentation instead. So like was already said, we work to build power with Indigenous organizations so that they can protect their lands and their way of life. And we work in very close partnership with an Indigenous-led NGO called the Sabo Alliance, which is a really unprecedented alliance of the 4 ancestral nations of the upper Ecuadorian Amazon. And we started our work about 8 years ago, building rainwater catchment systems throughout communities that had been deeply impacted by pervasive oil contamination of their territories, and have since grown in deep partnership and collaboration through a long process of listening and organizing. Just getting a little bit of background noise, so tell me if you can't hear me or if I'll check the chat box too. Other than that, I'll keep going. And so through that process, we built out a really robust body of work to support the protection of lands and the way of life that included both legal strategies and cultural recovery, as well as a lot of work on mapping and monitoring. And so I'm really excited to share some of the lessons that we've learned from the community-based processes. And I want to just start by mentioning that I'm sure that everyone on this call is really deeply aware of the ecological threats that forests around the world are facing. And many are obviously quite committed, and that's why you're all on this call today. One of the things that is ever present in our work as well is the profound cultural threats that are being faced by many communities who have experienced decades of extraction and colonization. They've seen their territories fragmented and polluted, their hunting grounds decimated, and many of the youth are caught between 2 worlds where they have on the one hand the ancestral practices of their elders and what they see as a necessity to seek livelihood opportunities outside of their traditional territories and education opportunities outside of their traditional territories. And I think that those twin threats of ecological tipping points and cultural tipping points is one that deeply informs our work. And I suspect this is information that everybody knows, but when we think about rainforest protection, Indigenous communities who have protected and stewarded these lands for millennia, and they control now still over 50% of the world's land and over 80% of the world's biodiversity, though that twin threat of ecological crisis and cultural crisis requires us to think about how we engage with Indigenous communities, not only as a moral imperative, but also as a strategy. And in terms of how we're going to protect these lands, it's those ancestral practices that have been vital to keeping these forests standing for thousands of years. And the other thing that I just want to mention as context before I get into maybe one or two stories about our work is that Indigenous communities that we work with already have a long history of working with technology, whether that's from the chainsaw that's often been used to extract timber from their lands, or the oil rig that you see here, to the plane full of missionaries, or the technologies that they have effectively integrated into their livelihoods, which like things like phones and outboard motors. I mention that because technology isn't always value neutral in these contexts. There are extraordinary opportunities, but there's also a long history of great damage and destruction associated with the introduction of new technologies. Where we have seen some of the greatest potential with new technologies is when they have been used to spark community processes. Whether that's GPS or drone or camera footage, when they have been used by communities to better enrich their ability to make informed decisions about what happens on their land, when they've used technology to build their own power vis-a-vis the truly formidable threat of both government and corporate extraction on their lands, and to build unity within their communities. That's when we've seen some of the greatest potential for high impact uses of technology. And one of the things that I think is most important is that the community ownership is really critical to the long-term sustainability of these programs. So when we think not only about the value to the global community, but also the value of these technologies to the communities themselves. I'm not expert at showing video, so hopefully you're able to see this video without too much chop. But I wanted to show you just some of the footage that's been collected by the Kofan community of Sinangue as they have built up their own land patrol and monitoring program over the course of the last few years. Just to give you a bit of context about this community of Sinangue, their ancestral territory is relatively large. It's a little over 60,000 hectares. The Kofan nation, their ancestral territory is a little over 200,000 hectares, and it's remote, deep forest, and particularly for the Sinangue community, it ranges in elevation from about 400 meters to around 3,000 meters with the outskirts of their territory, just on the edges of the Reventador volcano. So you can imagine the challenge of monitoring that land and that territory on a regular basis. And when we started working with the communities, they knew that there was some level of incursion and some poachers that were active in their lands and some mining, but they really didn't have a full sense of the extent of the damage. And that's largely because, you know, the elders were not out walking those deep treks into the jungle in the same way. So when we started working with, really, it was the hunters who were going out doing these long treks in search of food for their families, to help them to get comfortable with some of these documentation techniques. And that would allow them to go out with young folks and to be able to document some of these practices. It was really when they brought it back to their community and the elders were able to really understand how important of an impact these incursions were having, and the women and the children were able to understand a little bit more powerfully what was happening. And that then led to a really powerful legal process where you can see now on the screen, the land patrols and the guards were able to provide evidence of mining operations in a really critical national legal battle around the government's duty to ensure free, prior, informed consultation. They won that legal battle in 2018, and that court case now with the Warani case that Namonte and Emily spoke about are both joined before the Constitutional Court of Ecuador and posed to provide really important national jurisprudence on the right to prior consultation. Since then, they've also continued to patrol their lands, and the community has strategically placed a network of camera traps throughout their territory and have used that information to document over 500 poachers and over 1,000 instances of trespassing on their land. So it's been a really powerful process, not only in documentation of evidence for legal processes, but providing the community with the information that they need to be able to make decisions about their land, and really fortifying a sense of community resolve. And since then, we have seen sustained engagement by the land patrols who continue to be active in their territory. And yeah, I think that the young folks have described feeling really supported by their community and a deeper sense of resolve. And that's allowed it to be sustainable several years later. And maybe just to share really quickly another story that you've heard quite a lot about from both Namonte and Emily with the Warani. What you're seeing here is a young Warani man, Opin and Kimo, who Emily referenced earlier. He's actually the brother of Namonte, and he's working with the elders to review a map that they have co-created. And prior to that, each elder had a map of their territory in their own mind that they knew how to share via their own storytelling with other elders, talking about certain rivers and talking about the hunting trails that they have traditionally walked. But that was becoming increasingly hard to convey to the young folks who didn't have that same 60-year experience of walking through the forest together. So using GPS and using drones and some of the offline mapping technologies of Mapeo allowed the youth and allowed women and elders to undertake this really important process of intergenerational knowledge transfer. And it allowed them to really speak the same language about their own territory and the richness of the land that they have claimed and managed for a long time. And I want to show just a couple more slides. You can't see that Opie here is holding the map in front of him, but this is one of the community assemblies where the map was a really vital component of creating a shared language with the communities about the vastness of their territory and the threats that they faced. And it was at this community assembly that they decided to resist the planned oil auction that the government had already initiated. And through this process, a really powerful international campaign was built where the Indigenous folks were able to tell a really potent story about their land using their own maps and using their own videos that they had collected walking through the forest with their elders. And again, here, this is an instance where the information that was being collected was not only used for international audiences to understand the severity of the threats to the forest and to monitor in real time, but really to embolden and empower communities in the fortification of their own struggles. Because, as I said earlier, and I think as everyone knows, the amount of land that Indigenous folks have stewarded for generations and millennia is really extraordinary. And it's, I think, these communities who have been shown time and again to be the greatest and most effective guardians of their forest that need to be fortified in this process. So I wanted to share some of those thoughts as input to thinking about the use of technologies and how some of these technologies can be developed and deployed in really thoughtful ways. I obviously really share many of the insights that have been made throughout the panel about the need to undertake deep partnerships and to move at the speed of trust and to allow Indigenous actors the right to control not only what happens on their land, but the information about their land and how it's used. So it's a great pleasure to speak with you, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion, and I'll stop sharing the screen for now.
Thank you so much, Kate. It's always great to hear more about your work. And to our web team, if we could bring Marga and Dominique and Emily back, and then in a moment kick me out. What we're going to do now we have just over 15 minutes, I think. And what we'd love for the audience to do, we have a lot of great people attending from other speakers, interested teams, judges, all sorts of people in our ecosystem that I know probably have phenomenal questions or want to engage in discussion. And now there's this function on Zoom. You can click the reactions if you hover over the bottom. And we can try to moderate some questions from there. But if you raise your hand, then we can call on you to ask questions. And I think we're just, please keep it on topic and appropriate. So with that, to our team behind the scenes, if you see people with questions, or if they pop up in the chat. And of course, one thing that I would like to maybe start with is possibly some of these aspects that have been talked about. All the presentations were so excellent, and really appreciate all four of you for sharing. But maybe practices that you or your organizations or collaborators are working on that you think could be insightful to learn from and applied in other communities or other locations. Just, I guess, best practices that you've learned from your work that would be of help to people attending today. Just an open question.
I'll go ahead and kick it off. I think that one of the things that we've really found is that there's a lot of value in being with the communities themselves, and not bringing folks out of the communities to the cities or to towns to do the trainings and participating in workshops, but for us to take it upon ourselves to go out and meet with communities and to really listen and hear from them about what they're facing and what they're struggling, and not go in with any preconceived ideas of what solution we are trying to solve for, but to really work to identify what the challenges are and then build solutions based on that shared sense of what we're facing and what the struggles are. And I think related to the point of being out in communities is, I think it's important to be aware of the fact that Indigenous peoples have typically very different systems of governance, that they're collective processes, and therefore that necessitates a very deep engagement with the whole of the community and bringing in both elders and young folks together to learn from each other and to create a shared sense with the whole community.
Thanks,
I
Kate.
can add to that. I completely agree. It's been a lot about going there, listening, and see what ideas the community has as a solution, and we try to help to deliver that with the community instead of just bringing and assuming that that's going to solve the problem. And I would add that time is really necessary. It's needed time and patience. You can try to make a change in 3-5 years. I mean, it has to take time. It takes time for things to start, to fail, to restart, and then to bring trust with communities and self-organization. So I think time and listening and being humble, especially if you're an outsider in a community, and just respect their traditional knowledge.
And in addition to that, one of the things that I have found to be one of the most successful ways of engagement is when Indigenous peoples build together a technology, test a technology, and then they are the ones that teach others to use that technology. Because usually we talk a lot about capacity building and we bring these experts from everywhere and we build these programs of how to teach Indigenous peoples about things. And actually that seldomly works. The best way of ensuring that that information is transmitted is between peers learning.
I see we have a couple people who have raised their hands. We have Matthew. Do you want to unmute and ask your question?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, so I have a few questions. One is in regards to the XPRIZE Foundation. Have you actually reached out to the countries where the rainforests are in terms of kind of, I guess, paving the way. And I asked that question kind of as a segue into safety. So I think about some forest defenders in Brazil who have been murdered by loggers. And, you know, I'm thinking about what would be the etiquette, not only to approach the indigenous people in those rainforest areas, but what would be the process of, I don't know, approaching the government bodies that would offer some, that would have to offer some form of protection, or how, you know, how that would work, and kind of mitigating some of the dangers, because, you know, protecting the environment is going to take away from some people's profits, and, you know, we know how they respond to that in certain extreme cases.
Yep. Thank you, Matthew. And actually, on the government point, that's actually our next session right after this, which I definitely encourage you to tune in on, because we have been working. In particular, we'll have Colleen from GCF Task Force speaking about all of the work that XPRIZE Rainforest has been doing, connecting with governments in the tropical countries you referred to all over the world. And in addition, everybody in this group and in others throughout this whole competition are people who are actively involved and working with us, everybody from yesterday and today, on all of the different levels that you mentioned. So it's been great to convene this ecosystem of people who are both from and working in these countries in the ways that we support and endorse to ensure proper practices in this competition. One question, there's a great question in the chat.
May I add one thing in order to answer that question as well, is that in Brazil particularly, you have strong indigenous organizations. You have the COIAB, which is the indigenous organization of the Brazilian Amazon. You have a PIB, which is the indigenous organization of the entire Brazil. And in each of the regions in Brazil, you also have representative organizations. So if you want to work there, go through those organizations, those indigenous organizations that are mostly representative organizations of the indigenous peoples. And in terms of the safety, actually a lot of the safety issues right now in Brazil for indigenous peoples are produced by the government itself. So thinking about asking the government for protection might not be the right path. I would suggest that through these organizations, you also ask them what would be the best way of thinking about safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Marga. We have a number of, I'm trying to keep up with the chat here as well. Marian asked a great question, just saying, thank you all for these thought-provoking presentations and examples. An exciting potential of the XPRIZE is to develop communities of solvers that blend different kinds of knowledge for powerful new solutions. For all of the panelists, given the depth of indigenous knowledge of rainforest biodiversity and your experiences leveraging different knowledge types, can you reflect on concrete ways to involve indigenous traditional peoples in development of these technologies and ideas from the outset, especially given challenges around connectivity and language? That's the first part of that question. So
I can speak a little bit to that. So yeah, there are, of course, the challenges. I think, what Kate said about being there, there's nothing to can replace that. Of course, with COVID right now, that makes travel more difficult, but I think that's where actually having members of your team, be from communities themselves and be in location. So for example, one of our developers lives in Brazil in a remote community that has minimal internet connectivity. And so he's experiencing in like real time some of the challenges that many of our partners face, and that influences development. I mean, in general, in terms of working directly with traditional peoples, and going back a little bit to the prior question of some of the best practices, first of all, and this might be harder for XPRIZE community teams to apply, but we only work in places where we've been invited. That's really important to us to kind of help combat some of the power dynamics. And I think to the extent in which, even if you are making initial contact to see, waiting for that invitation in, really engaging with local partners in a relationship of equal exchange and equal partnership, recognizing that they are the experts on their local area. However, even if you have PhDs in, in different scientific areas, the local indigenous peoples are truly the experts in their areas. And then finally, we do a lot of just like kind of classic design, design thinking. So we might have a lot of, I showed some of the butcher block paper we use for the initial mapping. We'll often, do a lot of series of questions, asking what people need, and then maybe show multiple prototypes, get people's feedback. We try to build tools that can be adapted into local languages. We try to build tools that are visually, really well designed, that make it easier for people to participate. So those are some of the concrete ways that we have, that we've been able to prioritize our partners' perspectives in our design of the technology.
And if you're worried about the accessibility of internet and communication, just if you, as Emily mentioned, are invited, and if you develop that relationship, put in the budget providing access to internet, and then this is solved, right? But of course, that has to be done in a mindful way, in agreement with the community going through the process. But it is amazing that you can connect with almost anyone around the world if there's willingness to do that. And the internet is everywhere.
Thank you so much. I might ask Shah from our last session to unmute, and it looks like you're raising your hand.
Yeah, I just had a question for all the speakers. I was curious, a lot of the people who are listening in here probably would put themselves in the bucket of a technology developer. And based off of your extensive experience in these sorts of projects and with the communities and some of the indigenous people in the regions you work, what are the questions that you wish the technology developers would be asking? And what are like the really kind of important things that you think they need to be doing at, starting tomorrow, basically, if they're looking at building these sorts of things?
Dominique?
Yeah, I'd like to say a few things about that. I really like Margarita's point of, put in a budget. But I do also recognize that some places are extremely difficult at putting in a budget. You'll probably have to first set a tower for electricity or something like that. And I wish that developers would starting to focus on make it easy, not for yourself sitting on your computer with your big internet, but for the people in the ground, maybe technicians or community members. How can you make it more easy and accessible for them in terms of maybe using low internet or batteries or anything, but easy access. There's many. I work mostly in conflict and coexistence, and there's many things, even if I have, for example, to collect data on, conflict incidents, and I would go sometimes with papers, and many of other colleagues from different places will be like, but we are all using this app and it's so easy and this and that, but it doesn't really apply to everywhere. And I wish there was easier ways that with a simple phone, for example, a farmer could just collect data on certain things and share. I know that there's already some developments in this area, but I have also been noticed that most of the technology developers are focused on the big things. For example, how do I catch this network of poachers, of wildlife trafficking, this and that, but there's some basic needs that some of us still need, for example, to improve farmers' livelihood, or the own women farmer or beekeeper to track her own honey production, this and that. So these are simple things that would definitely change a lot. For example, The use of M-Pesa, which is the app that a lot of people in rural places, including in Africa, use to transfer money to each other, has really changed a lot in our rural communities, and it's a simple thing. So I wonder why or how could developers really do something similar to just easy the life of the people, at least really people living in poverty, extreme poverty in these areas. That's something that I would love to see coming soon.
Any other final remarks from our great panelists here?
I wrote a few questions. I was like, oh, do you want me to write questions? I can write questions, right? And I think that the first question is, as it was already mentioned, are you invited to the place or are you pushing to be there? The second question is, how do people in that community make decisions? Are those decisions made collectively or individually? If decisions are making individually, you are in the wrong place. The third one is, what have they prioritized collectively? If what you are trying to do is something that it is not prioritized by them, maybe you can advance with that, but it will take a while, and you have to be ready to just spend a bunch of time until things move on, because life is not linear and people have a ton of priorities that they have to attend to, and it is really important to respect those, because from a Western perspective, for them, there's a big opportunity cost of devoting time to you versus devoting time to the other many things that people have to do, right? And then the final question is, these relationships are not one-offs. If you're thinking that you're going to a place and it is going to be like, oh, I come in, I meet people, and then I leave, you are just coming with the wrong mentality. These are relationships for life. And the big question for you is, are you willing to take responsibility for those relationships? That it is not going to be easy, and you will have to be there in the good times and in the bad times. If you're thinking of a one-off, just do something else or go somewhere else. Because otherwise you're gonna end up hurting the community and hurting their trust to work with others that really want to build those long-term relationships.
Great point to conclude on. I feel like this conversation could certainly go on for a long time, but if you're able to, I know for Dominique, it's getting probably a little late, but I encourage everybody to stick around and ask questions to our subsequent panelists and the sessions to come, because I think we have a great community of people, and what we're hoping to do with all of this is to facilitate and have these open, honest conversations about a lot of different topics and critical aspects of this competition to constantly be improving it. So thank you all so much, Dominique, Marga, Emily, and Kate. We really appreciate it and really look forward to appreciate your support throughout all the way up until now and beyond. So thank you so much. With that, we're really excited to move into our second session in this afternoon, focused on governance. And we have a really great lineup of speakers, similar format where they will present some of their work, and then we'll go into another discussion and just try to have this engaging participatory fashion. And I'm really excited to introduce Colleen. First and foremost, Dr. Colleen Scanlon-Lyons is a cultural anthropologist who serves as the project director for the GCF Task Force, the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force. Colleen is also an associate research professor with the Environmental Studies Program and co-director of the Laboratory for Energy and Environmental Policy Innovation, and research associate with the Environment and Society Program in CU's Colorado University's Institute of Behavioral Science. In addition to her work with the GCF Task Force, Colleen teaches undergraduate and graduate courses on integrated conservation and development in Brazil's Amazon and Atlantic forests, mentors students, and conducts research on topics ranging from livelihoods in the Atlantic forest to artisanal mining in Peru and Colombia. She is currently completing a book on social movements in the biodiversity hotspot of Southern Bahia in Brazil, and is also passionate about engaging diverse groups of people, from government leaders and civil servants civil servants to civil society, private sector, and philanthropic actors to co-construct integrated approaches to conservation, development, and education. She has worked with a wide range of social, environmental institutions and organizations throughout Brazil and beyond. So with that, it's a great pleasure to introduce friend and colleague, Colleen Scanlon-Lyons. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Gosh, I'm feeling like maybe I should shorten my bio. That was a lot.
I think it all needs to be said.
It is such a pleasure to be with you all and really good to hear. I just came in the tail end of the last session and was really excited to hear some of the questions and some of the perspectives that people were sharing. I think it's very relevant for the XPRIZE, and these are important things that we need to be grappling with together. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen, give you a super fast, like 5 to 7 minute little overview on what I do with governments. Then some other speakers will talk, and then we'll get into a discussion. So let me see if this works well. Here we go. And are you all seeing that now? That looks good. Okay, so I work with subnational governments, and the question is, and I'm going to get here very quickly, why do we care about subnational governments in talking about the Rainforest XPRIZE? Over a decade ago, a bunch of folks got together, led by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator. We always like to talk about this. He got together 5 governments from Brazil, a couple of governments from Indonesia, and a couple from the US, namely California and Illinois. And the premise was climate change, climate action really needs to be a ground up movement. It has to involve subnational leaders and governors, as well as secretaries of the environment, civil servants that they work with, really have the power to make an impact across an entire jurisdiction, meaning a state or province. So over a decade ago, they got together and said, let's address climate change. And we have now coalesced the world's largest subnational governmental tropical forest coalition or network. We work in a third of the world's tropical forests, all of the Brazilian Amazon, much of the Peruvian Amazon, Indonesia, Mexico, a couple places in Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria. And again, the idea is governments have to be in this conversation. And I'm really excited to have this panel. We're going to hear from Tatiana, like she knows what's going on in the state of Amazonas. I don't know that in Boulder, Colorado, but Tatiana is the expert. And so all of these different governments that we work with, 38 all total in 10 different countries, they will let you know what makes sense for their context. What are the problems they're grappling with? That's going to be a common theme that we're going to be talking about in this panel. Why do subnational governments matter? Here you can see a number of areas that they actually are working on, not only elections and taxation, but agricultural permits and mining permits, or mining permits in Peru and Indonesia, not in Brazil, logging permits. Subnational governments really do have a lot of power. With the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force, we work in 4 different areas. We try and really unlock flows of funding and finance to these governments in collaboration with partnerships. We work on networks, other partnerships, which I'm going to talk about in just 1 minute. We also really work on how can we help civil servants, secretaries of the environment or planning, and governors connect with like-minded actors, connect with partners around the world. How can we work with them, again, putting their problems and their knowledge at the center, and then tracking our impact and performance on climate change and avoided deforestation. I forgot to mention that in the beginning. The whole goal of the Governor's Climate and Forest Task Force is to curb tropical deforestation and promote low emissions or sustainable development across the world. Whoops, hold on. We're having a little advancing problem. Peter, I'm not sure if you can pull up the presentation, but I can keep talking. For some reason, it's not advancing right now.
Back end, can our team pull up Colleen's slides?
And I can stop sharing. So I know this well enough because I've been doing it for many years. The key is, so if we're this governmental network, why does that matter for the Rainforest XPRIZE? Number one, we work not only with just governments, but we have an entire network with governments at the center. We work with civil society, we work with indigenous peoples, we work with international partners, we work with the private sector, but again, placing the governments at the center of this. So number one is really taking a networked approach and knowing that governments alone can't solve their problems. Indigenous peoples alone can't solve their problems. The government of Norway, the largest climate donor in the world, alone can't solve these issues that we're grappling with. We have to really work together. So we have this very networked approach. Number two is really use this network. Only by working together can we together figure out how to identify the problems and how to figure out who is going to come together best to address the most salient issues. One of the slides I have on here actually talks about failed technology. I mean, everybody knows lots of different examples of cook stoves that didn't work, or tractors that are sitting in fields, or drones that couldn't get across a tropical forest. We know that technology is not going to be the solution to our biggest problems. At the same time, we really need technology. We know that we have to find ways to use AI. We have to find ways to monitor and track progress on deforestation. We have to find ways to connect people who are in remote areas, who actually really are some of the best conservation stewards, and promote sustainable development. And technology is really, really important. But the main point I really want to make in this entire introduction to the GCF is, and I heard this on the last panel, the people that live in these places, the governmental leaders, the indigenous peoples and local community leaders, the private sector partners that they work with, they know what's going on in their region. So my main message to you all, as you're trying to come up with an innovative technological solution for really important problems, is go to the people that live there, connect with them, listen to them, say, hey, we had this kind of crazy idea and we think that this might work. What do you think about? Does this make sense in your local context? And they will say, yay, nay, change this, here's a problem. Right now, we were dealing with acai recently. I had heard a case about how everyone's talking about new bioeconomy, sustainable forest products, but how do you deal with refrigeration when you're gathering a product like acai in the forest and it has to travel many, many, many miles? Again, we need technology. That's really, really important. But I'm hopefully not only inspiring, but also imploring people that are working on Rainforest XPRIZE to think about what you can bring to the table, which is quite a bit, and think about the people that actually have the knowledge on the ground and how we can bring that together. So in kind of closing here, and I know we're going to have a rich discussion, I want to offer up our network as kind of a big connector. When you are working, say, in a tropical forest in Peru, think about, gosh, is it connected with the GCF? Who are delegates? And we're happy to serve as a resource. We have a formal partnership with Rainforest XPRIZE. We're extremely excited about that. And if the two takeaways are, remember that the people in these places are the experts. You can add a lot of value and work in a networked approach. Those are my two big takeaways, and then we can discuss more as time goes on. And thanks for dealing with my fact that my computer froze in the middle of this. All good. After a year of Zoom, we know this stuff.
Exactly. And we're the irony of technical difficulties on a technology program. Thank you so much, Colleen.
No problem.
Looking forward to chatting more. Next, to share a little bit, we have, I believe we have Shyla back. Shyla, are you here? Shyla spoke yesterday with Hindu in the morning, and today is a very big day because today is the day that the US officially re-entered Paris Climate, and Shyla played an integral role in negotiating that. She serves as the Vice President of Climate Change Global Strategy Group at Conservation International and is their leading climate science expert. So Shyla, thanks so much for your long keynote conversation with Hindu yesterday, and we're looking forward to hearing more today.
Thanks a lot, Peter. I'll keep this short because I'm really looking forward to a dialogue and conversation with the other panelists. So I'll provide somewhat of an adjacent complementary perspective from my work with national governments, and in particular looking at global processes and how those filter down to subnational and the local level. So in terms of the Paris Agreement, I think that there was really an incredible amount of effort that went in to ensure that the Paris decision text itself recognized and valued nature. I think that was really the first time we saw a meaningful recognition of the fundamental need to integrate nature-based solutions, nature, forests, and communities into global regulatory frameworks on climate change. So I think that was an incredible win in and of itself, and was really, I think, the result and the culmination of a lot of effort on the part of elevating a mechanism called REDD+, which stands for reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation. It was really intended to be a system where tropical forest countries that have high deforestation rates could reduce their deforestation and then get paid as a result of the emissions reductions that were achieved from that reduction in deforestation. So I think we're definitely at a pivotal juncture and a pivotal point in really realizing the potential of some of these global mechanisms and these global systems through the Paris Agreement. And as Peter, as you mentioned, today is a really important milestone because it's 30 days after President Biden submitted an intent to rejoin. And so America was still in through the efforts of local communities and the private sector, but now we have the opportunity to really more comprehensively address climate change across all segments of society and bringing the United States leadership and financial contributions to bear to really accelerate action. So I'll just touch on a few of the elements resulting or emerging from the Paris Agreement that I think might be relevant for XPRIZE teams to be aware of. So the first is that through the Paris Agreement, every single country has what's called a nationally determined contribution, or an NDC. It's essentially the country's commitment, a country's pledge to reduce their emissions across sectors, all sectors of their economy. In some cases, it's an absolute emissions reduction. In some cases, it's an intensity reduction. There is going to need to be a lot of effort to support countries in meeting these targets, because oftentimes a very high level aspirational goal has been established with very little by way of real finance or real resources, or even just the policies to support the achievement of that goal. So the NDC will give you a good framework, a good understanding of a country's priorities, and ultimately what their ambition is on climate change. And that is also includes forests, and it includes emissions from land use and agriculture. The second is a framework called 30 by 30. It's not directly related to the Paris Agreement, but is important because there's been a group of countries that are called the High Ambition Coalition for Nature that have pledged to protect 30% of their territory by 2030. And that covers both terrestrial and marine areas under the jurisdiction of those countries. The 30 by 30 initiative is really encouraging, and it's really exciting because it really puts these countries on track to align kind of the global conservation need to downscale that to the national level. So to have better understanding of which countries are kind of making these commitments and supporting countries and actually meaningfully being able to protect 30% of their territory by within the next decade, I think could also be a potential political goal that XPRIZE team members could try to anchor or relate their efforts towards. The last thing I'll say is that, you know, we're really struggling. We're at this point where I think there's global consensus on where we need to go. We need to be at net zero by 2050. But what does that actually mean? How do you downscale those targets meaningfully to the subnational level, to the particular, to biomes, to communities? You know, what is the share of responsibility at the local level, at the sectoral level? So I think also for us to identify how technology can support measurement, validation, verification of outcomes, it would really facilitate and streamline the process of downscaling and really allowing local partners to participate in these global processes more readily. Similar to you know, Colleen's statement of an invitation to utilize these networks, there are a number of different groups and coalitions that are consolidating information, that are trying to elevate the importance of achievement of these goals for resilience, for green recovery. And so would also invite team members to make use of all of this wealth of knowledge and information, analysis and data points and evidence that's been collected, and perhaps help make sense of all of this information, integrating it and consolidating it in a way that can support decision making. So really looking forward to a dialogue with the panelists, and thanks for having me back.
Anytime, Shaila, thank you. Such a great group we have here. Next, we have two more to introduce. Dr. Tatiana Shore holds the position of Executive Secretary of Science, Technology, and Innovation for the Brazilian state of Amazonas. She also oversees the Frontera region, the border region of the state with multiple countries in South America. She is in the Department of Geography and teaches graduate programs there in Manaus. And we've had so many wonderful conversations, and Tatiana, your team has been so supportive of XPRIZE Rainforest, and we're really looking forward to getting back to Manaus, hopefully at some point in the later future. But we're really looking forward to hearing more about your work and the program that you oversee.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Good to see everyone. I'm gonna try to be quick because I also think the questions are interesting for us to talk. First consideration is that everyone should really take serious what was said in the first session in the panel. I think there were very important discussions about how to deal with and how to treat traditional indigenous populations. And that's the first thing that we should always talk when we're talking about Amazonia in general. And thank you for inviting Amazonas State to participate. We are really anxious with the XPRIZE. We believe this is a very big possibility and good possibility for us to talk to different sectors and maybe to even build specific public policies where we can think about technologies and how these technologies affect life in different ways. But talking to the teams, I would like to say a couple of things. Now, to start with, what is the forest? Now, we talk a lot about the rainforest, but what is the forest? Now, what are we talking about? And when we're talking about the rainforest in Brazil, and more specifically in Amazonas State, where I am Secretary of State for Science and Technology, we're talking about a very complex place. Why is it complex? Because usually when we think about the rainforest, we think about these isolated locations, and an Amazonas State is a perfect example of what people think about isolated locations. But the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has shown us that nothing is isolated. Now, Amazonas State has been through the biggest tragedy of the past, I don't know how many centuries, probably. And What we saw last year, and we've begun to see it more this year, but last year this was very impressive, is how quick the pandemic reached places that people think are distant and people think that are not connected. What happens? Underneath the forest, there's a lot of circulation. Now, people and commodities and things are always like really, really, really intertwined network. It's not easy to see. That's the great thing about the Amazon forest. If you look at it, you don't see what's inside it. You really have to pay attention. You really have to prepare your ears to hear so that you can understand what is going on. And also sometimes we think about the rainforest and the Amazon as like a very virginal forest and never been touched. And what we can see more and more, the studies have shown that it's a cultural forest. There has been human interactions with the forest ever since. And we can see that through the distribution of acai trees. We can see that through the distribution of Brazil nut trees and many other trees and many other types of soils. So it's a very interesting place and a very difficult place. And at the same time, what we can see is happening in the Amazon is that the contemporary urbanization process has put more than 70% of the population in cities. These cities can be the municipal seats, or they can be these big communities. And big communities, I'm saying with communities with more than 5,000, 8,000 people. So they're big, they're small cities. If we're considering the size of cities in Europe or in other places, if you call a community of 9,000 people, that's a small city. So a lot of the life in the Amazon goes through cities. So we have to think about that also. So when we're thinking of planning something for the Amazon or building something new, I think the cities are a very, very strategic place because everything goes through them. And also it's important when we're looking at Amazonia, the Pan-Amazonia, and specifically for Amazonas state, that we have an industrial pole. Manaus has an industrial pole of 53 years. Manaus is a city of 2,200,000 people, so it's a big city. And it has an industrial pole of 53 years. And what is very interesting, especially for XPRIZE, is that the industrial pole, since the 1990s, has been it has a law called the law of the informatics, where 5% of the revenue of the industries related to informatics for the technology of information has to be put in research and development. And what happened in the last 20 years that Manaus has a very, very interesting ecosystem of innovation. We have more than 90 startups. We have around 8,000 jobs related to the technology of information. We have 500 open places where we can't put people in them because they're over specialized for the industry, and we don't have that capacity building in the state. So it's very interesting when we're looking at XPRIZE and when we're looking at and thinking about how can we solve problems from the indigenous community or traditional community, or even what I'm proposing from the cities, it would be very interesting to reach out this gap. Because what is happening here, and I think that's the biggest challenge, is that this innovation ecosystem, this industry of technology and information does not speak to the forest. And that is a big problem. Because we needed to speak to the forest. We need to have an upgrade in what we're talking about in the forest. We need to help and hear how people are dealing with their lack of connectivity. That's a big problem. We still have an enormous problem of connectivity in Amazonas, not only internet, sometimes telephone, but we have a large range of other forms. So we use the television, the radios, and other ways to communicate and circulate information. So I think it's very challenging for us in Amazonas state to think about how can we, in fact, use our two very important competitive aspects. One is our extensive forest still standing. Around 90% of Amazonas state is still covered in the forest. And at the same time, understand that we need to relate this ecosystem of innovation that is in the capital in Manaus with the forest. I think that would be, in terms of a sub-national demand, a sub-national wish would be that we could link both worlds, and that the teams could link with the teams in Amazonas, and with them link to the people around the states and in the interior of the country. So this is basically our expectation in terms of how we could think XPRIZE in Amazonas. Amazonas state also has a significant number of conservation units and indigenous land already protected by law, very vulnerable, very problematic. The problems here aren't easy because they're not only related to deforestation. There's also like some very ethical and moral problems which we have to think about. And I'll give one example, which for me is like probably one of the most important moral problems that we have to think about is how should we deal with the isolated groups that have not been contacted, which live in Amazonas, and what can we do to protect them? And that could be a very interesting question, and with the other questions which the XPRIZE can bring. So in terms of the subnational government, the state government, it is very important to have a close dialogue with us, and also through us, if anyone needs help, I'm available, with the municipalities, and we can go even further down and get there where the action happens, as Colleen says. So I think that's basically my talk. I want to hear more. We are very excited with this XPRIZE. We're really, really wishing that it starts so that we can see what happens. So thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. It's great to hear from you and chat again. And to round out this phenomenal group, we have Dr. Miguel Centeno, who is the Musgrave Professor of Sociology and the Vice Dean of the School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton University. He has published many articles, books, chapters on a variety of topics, especially on global systemic risk and resilience. He's the founder of the research community on global systemic risk and has served as the founding director of the Princeton Institute for International and Regional Studies, as the head of the Wilson College at Princeton, as well as the chair of sociology department. And we had a good conversation about, I think, some of the global systemic risk and the resilience of the environment and different aspects that we're facing now, and the risk of what will come in the future if we don't protect more. So thank you so much for attending, sir, and we're looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. I'm very new to this group. I'm very different. The folks that I've been watching in the afternoon are all doing things to improve the planet. I'm afraid that I just, I'm the standard academic who is studying things and not changing very, very much. Very, very quickly, to ask an academic to speak for 5 to 7 minutes is asking for danger, but I will try to make this as short as possible. And what I want to do is just walk you very quickly through the project and with obvious implications to the studies that you guys are all doing. Now, we're going from the state level or the subnational level all the way up to the satellite level with this. And I hope it will prove of some interest. Let me just share my screen. You should all be seeing that. Okay, let's play from the start. Okay, So this is global systemic risk, and it's basically what I want to show you is a research agenda. This has been going on for about 7 years. And what we're about is a research community that's investigating the causes and consequences of global systemic risk through the analysis of human-made networks and the robustness or fragility of these structures to endogenous forces and exogenous shocks. The way I put it is we're interested in mapping out the global plumbing system. How that plumbing system works and how it can, what the promises are with it. If you want more detail, you can go to the Global Systemic Risk website. And we also, if you really want to be depressed, we've also been working on the outcome of this risk, which is social collapse. And we've been talking about how we can understand about collapse from history. Okay, my mouse is now acting up. Is everybody's mouse really bad? Okay. Okay, wait a second. How do I get this going? How do I get this? Oh, there we go. Okay. So our analysis of globalization is globalization is a complex system. The global system is a set of tightly coupled interactions that together allow for the continued flow of information, money, goods, services, and people. These same systems underwrite our way of life. And I'm not, it's not that I'm a fan of globalization. I think that the people who talk about globalization being bad, I think globalization is a little bit like gravity. It depends where you're standing. If you want to stay on the face of the earth, gravity is a good thing. If you're standing at the top of a tree and you were afraid of falling down, gravity is a bad thing. Globalization is partly responsible for example, the increase in life expectancy of around 30 years over the last 60 years. It's not this universal bad, but it does expose us to catastrophic outcomes that derive from the characteristics of that may derive from the characteristics of the relationships themselves. So the thing about complex systems is you don't worry about the individual elements, you worry about how they all interact. Complex adaptive systems arise endogenously out of interactions. Interactions or components create new dynamics that cannot be explained solely by the characteristics of their constituents. This is known as emergence. My favorite example that I give is given the huge talents of the four Beatles and George Martin, you would still not predict the second side, sorry, I'm giving away my age, of Abbey Road. Something happens that is independent of the characteristics of the individual units. Something emerges that can be very benign or it can be very, very dangerous. And these systems are fragile because they're susceptible to very small perturbations, the famous the flapping of the wings of a butterfly. And these can lead to catastrophic results. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad time today. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so where we're particularly interested is emergent risk. And emergent risk arises from how individual parts are connected to form the whole. But again, it's not reducible to the individual components. The image I have here, we can all see how one rotten apple can spoil a whole bunch. What we're interested in is it dangerous to have all these apples together to begin with? Does something happen when you bring all those apples together into a single basket that creates potential dynamics that could lead to catastrophe? And that's what we're particularly interested in. Nonlinear perturbations or perturbations that lead to nonlinear dynamics that we can't predict and we can't expect theoretically. And this is particularly true of what we call the system of systems. The globalization, in a sense, is a system of systems. There is a finance system, there's agricultural systems, there's energy, there's IT, and all of these are interacting. There's been a lot of work on financial risk. Obviously, there's some work on supply chain risk, et cetera. What we want to do is how do we link all these together? And how does danger in one zone translate into danger in another zone? The reason for this, I'm sure you're all familiar with this, there is no planet B. We're living with a new and unprecedented level of aggregation of social space. Never before have we had a social space that really consists of almost 8 billion individuals. And the sheer quantity and breadth of interactions may require a shift in our analysis of interdependence. COVID should have proven this, and yet we're still fighting the same battles. No, you are not safe as long as even a far, far, far neighbor has COVID. Okay, well, we still, we have to, there's no escaping consequences. Where before we were able to escape famines, we were able to escape our own disasters. That's no longer the case. We're stuck here, and we have to accept that responsibility. And one of the things that really concerns us is the price of efficiency. We have a system, basically known as capitalism, which rewards optimization. It rewards just trying to squeeze the most efficiency out of every single system. The problem is that along with that efficiency come costs. And I use this example of a Volkswagen Bug and a brand new Porsche. I've driven Volkswagen Bugs. My wife's first Volkswagen Bugs did not have a floor under the passenger. And you could put 2x4 and that's where you lay your feet. Imagine trying to do that in a Porsche. A VW Bug might not be a very sexy thing to be driving down an Autobahn, but it's great if you find yourself in the Sahara. It's going to be a lot easier to fix. It's going to have a lot fewer problems than a Porsche. And the best example of this is, and I have here, but I won't bother with it, is what's going on in Texas. Texas infrastructure, utility infrastructure was designed to maximize profit, was designed to optimize the flow of power when all things are going right. The problem is that things do not go right. And so you design a system, you design a machine that's very, very good in the best of terms, but it is literally worthless in the worst of times. Now, this is a wicked problem, and all of you are probably familiar with the trolley dilemma. You can direct a trolley to either kill one person or kill 5, or you can change these in any way, the scenarios change. But it's a wicked problem. There is no solution. There is no right solution unless you want to use some bizarre utilitarian logic that says, yes, 5 deaths are better than 1. These are kind of problems that are going to involve ethical choices. They involve distribution choices. They involve costs. And they cannot be resolved easily. There's certainly no technocratic answer to this. There is no, if any of you are fans of Douglas Adams, we might, the answer might be 42, but we don't know the question, and we can't use that answer as it were. Now we have a couple of questions. We have a response. We have to figure out who's responsible. We have to distinguish between managerial failure, for example, in elites, and structural fragilities over and above leadership. This is King Canute, and showing to his court that no, the water will not obey him. The tide will come in. Well, we have to distinguish that. We have to figure out what problems can be fixed, what challenges can be addressed, and which cannot be. And better yet, and I think we need a very, very frank and honest conversation about what do fixes cost and to whom. We tend to talk about fixes for governance problems without specifying who's going to be paying the price for any kind of change. We also have to figure out if the coming crises are bad or just unstable. I think that one of the interesting things about the changing climate is not so much that it's going to shift us in one direction or another. It's going to be too hot, or in the case of New Jersey right now, too cold. But it's the lack of predictability. Capitalism, our modern society, relies on predictability. We want to get that standard error to cover as much as possible. And what we're facing is a world where a lot less predictability. And can our systems, can our human systems deal with that uncertainty and that apparent randomness of actions? Again, we have to figure out, when we're looking at these kinds of changes, who wins and who loses. In our analysis of collapse, for example, in the French Revolution, clearly there's a few people who lose, but also there are people, for example, in Haiti, who win. For every collapse, for every problem, there is some kind of winner and some kind of loser. And again, identifying those and seeing what actions can be taken by each one is a critical strategy. And our policy choices, a very simple way of thinking about it is robustness versus resilience. Robustness is how much you can take before you fall down. Do you create systems that basically are risk-free? Or do you work on resilience? How long does it take for you to stand up again? How quickly can you return to normal given your particular situation? And obviously you want both things, but in a resource-constrained world, you can't do this. You can't be totally robust and also be totally resilient. And you have to choose which one you're going to prioritize in any particular situation. And governance the problem of governance is that it relies on what I call the Goldilocks principle. It can't be too cold, it can't be too hot, it can't be too soft, it can't be too hard. It has to be somewhere in the middle. And politics is really, really bad about trying to find these middle range solutions, ones that don't cost a disproportionate amount to some group, ones that don't come with other disastrous consequences. So what to do? I think that we have three things. Someone referred to this project as the anti-hubris project. Be very, very aware of consequences. Not just immediate consequences, but second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh level consequences. If anybody had asked that question, for example, of the invasion of Iraq in 2003, we might be living in a slightly different world. Think about the interactions. Don't worry so much about individuals. Don't worry about banks. Don't worry about a particular supplier. Worry about the interaction between all these various parts. The global financial crisis in 2007, 2008 became a crisis not just because of Lehman Brothers, but because of the interconnections between all of the banks and Lehman Brothers. And finally, and again, always ask who pays. Who is paying for a policy? Who is paying for a change? Who is paying for a trend? 99% of the benefits of globalization have accrued to, let's say, the top billion, or even more to the airport lounge sushi class. They're going to have to pay they're going to have to suffer some of these consequences because the rest of the globe has been paying. And we have to be honest about that. We have to be honest in admitting what kinds of costs we are all going to face. And on that happy note, I'll stop sharing. And let me see if I can do this. Sorry, my mouse is not being very cooperative today. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our panelists who hopefully we can bring back on here. And I think the interesting thing about, and Tatiana as well, there we go, is on that last point, Miguel, just speaking about the considerations, and I think the group that we have here has such a varied experience and background that there are so many different levels in which when our teams are competing and what to consider in all of these different ways, there's just a lot of different points to be thinking about in terms of successful solutions in the environments that we're working, the locations on local, regional, international levels, hopefully to avoid some of the catastrophic repercussions that were just mentioned, and maybe starting with some of these different partnerships and relationships on the ground and policies and protocols that can be put in place. And so at first, I'd love to just open it up. If any of our speakers have just leading remarks based on other people's comments, I know people were very excited to be chatting. Please also add questions in the chat. You can raise your hand and we can try to get to everybody. But I would love to just kind of ask for more comments on advice to our teams who are competing that want to ensure that their technologies and solutions can actually be designed to influence different action or different policy, just ensuring that long-term impact at this level. What recommendations might you have? Any takers? Shyla?
Sure, maybe I can start. I'd love to build on something that Miguel just said. And his last point about figuring out who pays really resonated with me. There's a framework that was developed by the Malago Foundation, which I found to be really powerful. And it's with any given intervention or any given action, you really need to determine two things. One, who's the doer? So whose behavior are you trying to change? And two, who's the payer? How are you going to sustain the outcomes of this work in the long run? What's the intermediary financial model that is going to sustain that work in the long run? And how are you going to fund it? So just to really simply boil it down, be really clear on who's the doer and who's the payer. And I think that would really help teams to focus and organize their efforts towards something that could actually cause the type of behavior change that could have a spillover or ripple effect.
If I could just add to that, and Charlotte, since you work with the Paris Agreement, I think one of the problems has been that we have not had a frank global conversation about who's responsible for the crisis that we're in. To equate basic Europe and European descendants with the developing world is ridiculous. India and China are perfectly right in saying, I'm sorry, you're the one who put 350 of the 400 parts per million into the air. We didn't do that. And yet there's a refusal, in a sense, to accept some responsibility. And without accepting that responsibility, then of course the blame game goes on, and no one wants to be the doer, and no one wants to be the payer. And everyone's just saying, well, it's your fault, your fault, your fault. And I think if we could come up with some ways, and I don't know how, of having the conversation at least more honestly about who is responsible, what is responsible, and what can be done.
One other quick comment on this, and I think that was an excellent point on the doer and the payer and the responsible, let's just make up a word here. Another question too is how you can have long-term impact and how you can actually institutionalize it. Do you need to have laws and policies? What does that look like? These take a long time to put in place, but they're also sometimes, and for a good reason, hard to undo. And that is why working with governments is really important. When you can get to the point where you have inclusive, participatory laws and policies that really have some teeth, that can help actually scale the impact across a large jurisdiction or something, a state or province or a nation state. Otherwise, you end up with these little cool projects here and there, which are great, but they're a flash in the pan, and we really don't have time to just do that. So I think the question of institutionalization and what that's going to take is a key one to keep at the forefront of our mind.
Yeah, and I think also like what we should be asking, or the team should ask themselves, is how much does it make sense in all the different levels? Does it make sense to does the project make sense to the local population, to the state government, to the public policies, to the long term, to what is being thought also? And so I think it's very challenging.
Absolutely. All great comments. We have a question from one of our judges, Dave Tao. How's it going?
Hi, good to see you. Thank you everyone for your talks. So I do a lot with monitoring, and I think a lot of the XPRIZE kind of has monitoring as like a subtext of what we're doing. And one of the questions I have is, often there's the big gap between sort of information and impact, right? Like with deforestation, you can detect it from satellites, but the path from that to enforcement when there's illegal deforestation happening is long and often broken. And often it's governments that's in charge of enforcement. So my question is, like, could you have thoughts about the best ways to help governments prioritize their enforcement actions when given many possibilities of what they could actually be doing?
just on monitoring and the best way of resolving. I don't know what's the best way of hierarchize priorities. I think we have to change very much the kind of data that we use. Look, I'm a data nerd. I love this stuff. I love to play with this stuff. But if we take the example of the 2016 election, if Hillary Clinton's campaign had spent a little bit less time statistically modeling and more time sending 5,000 anthropology graduate students to a few bars in the Midwest, she might have won. And I think that's we're obsessed. And again, I'm part of the problem. We're obsessed with these very large statistical models, et cetera, monitoring, when in the end, what we might best do is just have local observers who can say, you might not pick this up, but I'm picking this up. I'm seeing this, or I'm seeing this particular population strained, or I'm seeing this, natural phenomenon occurring. And what we need to do is to have a lot more just informants, just local informants who can send that information up the pyramid. Without that, if we're trying to get this all, again, from the satellite view, like me, we're not going to get it. We have to get it bottom up.
I just have to jump in here as an anthropologist from the Midwest. Thank you, Miguel. And I agree. We need informants. We need colleagues, as Megan is saying, ground up. And I think to your question, David, what are we monitoring? We're monitoring biodiversity conservation. We're monitoring tree loss. Are we monitoring poverty reduction? There's a whole different set of data that we can draw on here. And I know that's one of the opportunities and the challenges for XPRIZE. It's how can we, I don't know the exact official words, Peter, but there was something about health and poverty reduction and this and that, as well as obviously biodiversity conservation and saving the world's tropical forests, which we all depend upon. So I think drilling down into what we're looking at, and then as Miguel was saying, having bottom up data that really is saying, you know what? This technology might work well for trees, but it's not working well for people here, or vice versa, is what we need to do. So it's a complex, wicked problem, as Miguel was saying.
I can see someone asking, oh, sorry.
No, please.
Someone's asking about Sivan, right? I don't know how many of you have been in the government, and it's very hard to be in the government. It's very hard to be in the government in this time in Brazil. And so things aren't that easy. It's not straightforward. It's very, very difficult. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do what we have to do as researchers, as technology, as monitoring. But the complex thing about it is how do we make this talk to each other? I think there's this big gap of translation, maybe, I don't know, but a big gap of what the policies and the politics and what the people and what the monitoring system, they're not talking anymore. They've talked before, but they're not talking anymore, and not at least in Brazil. So that's a big challenge. So whatever you're going to plan for Brazil, you really have to take into consideration technology is not clean of politics. So you have to take in consideration in what is the state of the policy now, and what is happening, and where are the different actors putting themselves, and who are the different actors. So the question about Sivan is a bit about that. Sivan is working. Yes, Sivan is working. For whom? And what is its effectiveness? It's really good. It has a good database. It has good technicians in there. It has a lot, but is it influencing politics? No. Is it helping conserve the forest? No, it's not. Is it diminishing poverty? No. Is it helping the economics grow? Because that's going to be the big question. No, it's not. So there we have a problem. But should it stop? No, it shouldn't stop. So it's the thing about the satellite monitoring and getting down to earth. That's a very difficult dialogue that I think that might be the big challenge, I think, of XPRIZE. Because how do we solve the problem of the rainforests? What is the problem of the rainforests? I think that is the question. And after you can answer that question, then you can look at local places and see how that answer fits. But it's a big question, and it's very crucial.
Just a quick reaction and reflection on that as well is just, we have to be clear on what we're monitoring for, right? Is it for real-time enforcement? Is it to structure payment schemes for payments for ecosystem services? Is it to convince a government that stopping illegal deforestation will allow them to attract more private investment? So just being really clear on what our objective is for that information can really help us ensure that we're collecting it, aggregating it, systematizing those processes in a way that it makes sense for the end user ultimately. So I would say that it really just depends on what you want to use that information for.
Just one more point following up on that. We also have to make sure that the monitoring doesn't become the tail that wags the dog. Every single organization, you give it a measure of success, it will do really well at that one measure. So we have to be very careful because I remember an economist saying this, one way of reducing the number of people in poverty is having the poor die. I mean, this is the Jonathan Swift solution, if you will. So let's be very careful that the monitors are doing something, but that we also have someone trying to figure out these monitors are producing.
All very insightful. I think I just got kicked out of Zoom for a moment. I think that one thing that I would love to just kind of touch on before, so many of the aspects that we've been talking about in terms of collaborators, people that need to be involved in this process to ensure success. I'm wondering about success translating from local to regional to international levels, and how we can provide a greater voice for Indigenous peoples and local communities that actually stem upwards in this pipeline to actually influence policy that can also then circle back. And I'm wondering if anybody has any initial comments on that component of the competition.
I have a super quick example. With the GCF, we spent a couple years developing principles of collaboration and partnership, which brought together subnational governmental leaders, Indigenous peoples leaders, and local community level leaders. And they said, how are we going to work together? And after many years and wordsmithing, we came up with these 13 principles. They're really important. They're nothing new. It's like respecting rights and things like that. But it was important that everybody signed on. The way we actually got that into policy then was with the California Tropical Forest Standard. They worked with us because they're a member of the GCF, and they said, we're developing a tropical forest standard. We'd like that to get endorsed, but we want to make sure that we're actually working with integrity with local communities. So let's actually write this into our policy. And they've done that now. Now the trick, as we just talked about, is actually taking that off to paper and putting it into practice and monitoring that and making sure that we have accountability. But that was an example of a collaborative process that actually got into an international or a state level standard, but arguably an important state because California is like the 5th largest economy in the world.
It's a great example, and GCF Task Force also has an IPLC committee amongst all of the subnational governments that you work with, or in all of those provinces and states. We are nearing an end of this session, and I'd love to just open it up. If anybody has additional remarks, we just have a couple minutes of recommendations for teams to consider and how to be working collaboratively across all of these different levels. I think that I'm trying to think, maybe Shyla, somebody showed a great slide yesterday about polarization both in the US, oh no, it was Megan, I think, at the end of the day. And I think that there's just such a need for people to be working collaboratively across all different sectors, expertise, backgrounds, for any of this to be successful, and for us to kind of bridge that gap that has formed in so many different ways. And so if anybody has any closing remarks, particularly on that form of collaboration and what is necessary to be successful in all of this, that'd be great.
Super quick, simple remark, and this kind of throws it back on XPRIZE, but you guys have had these 2 days of getting people together. This is a resource now for the people that are in the competition. How can we share contacts, experts, if you want to call Miguel or Tatiana or Shyla, how do you do that? How do you say, Tatiana, does this work in the context of a state level government? Or what do you think, Shyla? Or, you get what I'm saying. But I think we've created a community here through XPRIZE, and making that available is really important.
Yeah, just stepping in with Colleen, I think building networks, collaborative networks, and not quitting. I think the GCF has that. I think it didn't quit. It didn't, it's a difficult task to get all the governors to talk, and then they change, and then people change, and it's not least. I think now at this moment, maybe other moments in history or in the future, the aspect of putting people together to talk frankly about the problems is almost rare. It's what's happening now, how we're talking really frankly about what's going on and what would be the perspective. That is not less. So I think putting people to talk, building networks, really, really trying. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be, it's not going to be from today to tomorrow. It's going to take time, and it's going to take patience, and it's going to take a lot of talking, as we say in Portuguese, a lot of throat, but that's very important in all levels.
Yeah, and just to echo those comments, I think there's just no shortage of dialogues and coalitions and platforms and various groups of people coming together to try to solve problems at different scales. And I think collectively among our community, we can help connect teams to some of those relevant experts and dialogues as well, so that we really can collectively move ahead and build on all of the work that's been done rather than reinventing the wheel. So I think, advice would be, seek support, seek help, seek advice, and we're all here as points of contact and resources for you.
Thank you all so much. I think that was the entire incentive behind this 2-day event, was to convene, in this virtual world that we've been living in for the past year. We have been engaging with all of you and everybody in this event, and I kind of view the opportunity of this as a convening platform, as a vehicle to mobilize all of the people in this community that we have been working with, to bring people together, because it's almost like if we were at a conference, how much we would probably accomplish in a social setting in the evening outside of the actual meetings and stuff like that. And I hope that surrounding this, in the periphery of this event, the ecosystem that we have with XPRIZE Rainforest, that a lot more is accomplished on the sidelines as well, that at times may be much more important than any one team or technology in itself. Certainly we hope all of the teams are successful, but I think for that to be the case, all of these additional components and factors need to be considered. And certainly we have just a great community of people that I think have their head in the right place and a framework. So the teams that are competing, I think that's just such a benefit of what we are building, is that you have access to partners and advisory board and judging panels and all of these people that are affiliated that you've been hearing from. And I think we all share just a common interest in a better future. So with that, I just appreciate all of you for joining us on this. I think that as we think about these different layers of what our teams are working on in this competition, for them to be thinking locally, regionally, internationally, in many different senses, I hope that technologies do influence policy and governance for the better. So we really appreciate all of you for your time today, and certainly support throughout all of this so far and beyond. So thank you all so much. If you can stick around, we'd love, feel free to chime in any of these sessions. And I think with that, we do have a break coming up. If anybody has any last remarks before we move on, please feel free, but I think that was fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you all.
Thank you. And it's Friday, right?
It is
All
Friday.
over the world, it's Friday.
Good. This is true.
Friday's a little bit different in
Bye-bye.
Manaus, but yeah.
No, not in Manaus. I'm in the interior.
Oh, and you're other. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, bye-bye. See you.
Ciao,
Bye.
ciao.
Thank you. Thanks,
Obrigado.
Peter.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Thank you, Colleen.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep. Megan, I see your video on. Did you have any other comments to add?
No, just that was really fabulous. And I think the more open we can be, somebody was typing something about organic cross-pollinating. I like the organic. But just that we have these silos that we've inherited from this industrial way of thinking, of separating the subjects and really being much more linked, not ranked. And interconnected is key. And these panels are really showing that, especially the local communities who are pulling in everything. So just thank you. Thanks everybody. And as we can move forward, any teams that can figure out how to tap into this network, it's great to make it open if you can, so other people can share. And also somebody might have something unexpected to weigh in, which might be one of the best answers.
Totally. If people, yeah. The reason for this afternoon being a Zoom meeting was to be more engaging, so people can speak up if you have questions in these subsequent sessions. And Megan, thank you for all of your contributions. Really appreciate it. We're going to, I think, take a short break. I certainly need one, and reconvene in a little bit. I'm trying to catch up here. I think at 2:15. Oh, there it is. 2:15 PST. We will be reconvening, and for those, so just stay in this room. Again, can't stress enough. Registration closes March 15th. If you register by the end of today, you will get 25% off of that registration cost. And after the break, we will be picking back up with a business session and then an NGO session. And as we've been touching on throughout this entire event, all of these topics are and should be very interconnected and collaborative. So there's a lot of fluidity, I think, in these individuals speaking in terms of touching on many of these different aspects, and that's absolutely how it should be. So with that, feel free to also, I guess, chat amongst yourselves, and we will reconvene in just over 15 minutes. So if you need to make more coffee or whatever, do so and come back at 2:15 PST, 5:15 for those of us on the East Coast. And yeah, looking forward to more conversation. Thank you to everybody
Peter,
so far today.
Quick question for those who, as we take this break, for those who do end up staying on, it'd be great to hear, who else is here on the call. If people wanted to just say, hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm from here and I care about this, or I'm from this org or whatever, or I'm making a team. It'd be great to hear from everybody.
Absolutely.
Respect people taking a break too.
Yep. And feel free to use the chat function more again. And absolutely. Thanks, Megan.
Hey, Megan. This is Lauren Fletcher, Tree Planting Drones. I'm just saying hello.
Yay, biocarbon engineering.
Yes, how are you doing?
Nice to see you. I was talking about you guys and Beno Juarez, who did Floating Fab Lab and is continuing that work in genius ways.
Yeah, I chat with him on
Disconnecting
a
him
rare
from
occasion.
Say it again.
I chat with him on a rare occasion because of our common friends in Lima. Any rate, Julie Markham also said hello, and she's going to reach out as well. So hopefully we'll be chatting with you soon.
Great. And also, thanks for saying hi. Who else is
Okay.
here? Say hi. Tell us who's here. What are you doing? I think people are able to unmute. Are you? Some people are in the chat.
Hi, Megan. Thanks for all your contribution today, yesterday. It's been really interesting.
Let's see. What are you working on?
Me. I've been spending the past year sort of researching the Sustainable Development Goals and just how that fits in. It's one thing leads to another, and I don't know. I've always had sort of an awe of the rainforest. So
it's awesome.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It is awesome. Yeah. So it kills me to see it chopped down.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Megan. You shouldn't be the only, you and there were just 2 people on video, which is rather, can't have you be that lonely. I'm Nianta Spellman. I'm actually going to be on the panel, not the next one, but the one after.
Cool.
So so I must have missed when you were speaking, sorry. Tell us, at least for somebody like me, what you do, and then I'll tell you mine, and yeah.
Sure. I grew up near, just a quick tiny thing. I grew up near the Great Lakes in Buffalo, and they were dying when we were young, and our river was on fire, and a lot of rights and other things were going on. So my parents, though they're more the greatest generation ages, became quite active in solution making in different ways. My mom started a bicycle club when everyone told her it was a toy, but she got bike routes and that. And my dad was doing housing and environmental stuff. So just my roots come in alignment with many of the people here. So ended up realizing, because we had mandatory science fair in our high school, it's a public school, city school, but it's one of the things that I hope for all our youth, that we can teach them that any of the tools of the universe are there. So there's not special people who do math and science or tech, or like this whole tech bro thing, they're doing beautiful work, and there's other people. So just trying to really solution make through inclusion. So I have a career in technology and smartphones and Silicon Valley stuff, and ended up working for President Obama as the US CTO. But it's really coming out of that. And actually, so I think Jennifer was talking about the SDGs. One of my co-founders and one of our other team helped with the public engagement for the Sustainable Development Goals when they were at the UN, led it. And so really trying to get all this kind of voice, as much more collective voice, into what really are all of our goals, and how should we measure, and really, that negotiation and iteration planet-wide. And one of the things we did was we did a solution summit. That's how I met them, of finding innovators like all of you, because if we have 7 billion plus people, someone on our planet is already fixing something, and they have something promising or interesting. And so really scouting or finding them and lifting them up the way some colleagues get a lot of resources or media. I love them, and there's other people. So make sure that that happens is something. Our company, we have a small company, Shift 7, we work in partnership. Shift 7 means and on many keyboards. So we work in partnership on that. So that's what I was working on. And I was talking about examples of just extraordinary innovators doing really great things. And hopefully these XPRIZE teams will team up, really either be from Indigenous and local communities or team up with, and really I call it play the whole orchestra on the harder
And that's
front.
exactly what it needs to be, right? It's solutions to the forest have to look like the ecosystem that rainforest is, right? It has so many parts, and we often forget that there are all sorts of roles to be played, and money and technology alone is not going to do it. So it's been lovely in the last couple hours, the numbers of people who've actually spoken about that, the role of Indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, understanding. I was keeping notes of everyone, and at some point it's like, okay, enough people here are speaking about it, which was really, really lovely. So I'm Nyanta Spellman. I don't know if everybody else is just hanging the same way in the background. And I founded and run Rainforest Partnership. So our 14th year, work directly with local and Indigenous communities in the forests. And we started actually working on providing sustainable livelihoods so that communities that wanted to have and needed an alternative that actually were choosing for that had somebody to work with and creating that. And along the way, we realized that that alone wasn't enough, because the sort of David versus Goliath thing never goes away. There are too many outside forces that are too powerful. And so we have a much more integrated approach now, where we not just work on the sustainable livelihood piece, but we actually partner at every level of government to do the conservation science and the conservation education and the policy and governance bit as well. But it's all very integrated so that our projects are working directly, always at the community level, but integrating across and bringing all sorts of expertise. And so a lot of what I've been hearing today has been really lovely. I missed all of yesterday. I'm in Austin, Texas, and so it seems like we've made some news globally for living in a state where the realities of climate are things that people didn't really want to accept. And so maybe this will be a wake-up call to understand that we do need to respond. We don't have to be in a developing country to have to adapt and respond. We need to respond everywhere, and our infrastructure is not up to it. Being cold for 60 hours in a house that's not made to withstand freezing temperatures is quite a lesson. It's quite something to learn.
Nyanta, are you
that's me.
Are you associated with the university there?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I don't know.
She's asking if you're at the university.
No, I don't. We have quite a few team members who are young interns, or my husband teaches at the university. So there were people who were able to go to, I think there were warming centers or areas where people could charge their phones and be warm at the university. I live a mile north of the University of Texas. We have a few other universities in the vicinity as well.
Hey, Nyanta.
Hey, Peter.
I was happy to see you.
43% of Austin did not have power.
I know. Well, good thing we got on a long conversation last week before that hit.
Yes.
It's good to catch up.
I wasn't going to be speaking to you or anybody. I was either conserving battery or conserving heat.
Allison on our team was also experiencing that. So
you said that, yeah, and she was without power much longer. She was amongst the people with what, 70 hours plus?
Something like that, yeah. So glad you're well. Looking forward to your session as always.
Peter, are we back in time, or can other people say a quick hi?
Yeah, it'd be nice.
No, we have a few minutes. I see Marcelo.
I noticed a couple of people came on video, so they could
Daniel.
just say hello. Hi.
Marcelo. Hi, it's Marcelo here. Hi, nice to be here.
Marcelo. Marcelo is going to be speaking in a couple minutes. Okay. Daniel is one of our registered teams. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like we have a few minutes here. Yeah,
totally.
I'm doctor of plant medicine, but not kind of the human nutrition side, more on the plant pest management side. And I've done some work in long-term forest dynamics, and just always been kind of out in those systems and enjoying them. So we're Team Lorax. It's a diverse group based loosely out of the Tampa hackerspace or makerspace. And a number of other people that I've met along the way. My wife is the real driver, though. She works with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service here in DC, and she is also very passionate about this. I wear a lot of different hats in my day job, but this is one that she's pushing me to pursue as well. because of our mutual understanding of the problems that this faces. An interesting little short story about tech and regulation from the last panel. Sorry, we've had power in and out, so I haven't been on all day. I wasn't sure what the format was like. But one thing that they're looking at from a government regulation side is, moving from paper permits to electronic permits for a lot of the trade and resources from the U.S. government side. And, when she's communicating with other countries about verifying permits and such, she's often communicating with like a Gmail email address. They don't even have, an email server or, a data, database and stuff. So here we are in the US just now moving from paper permits to electronic permits, which has entirely new ramifications. And the rest of the world's looking at us like we have to get off of like our email servers, so it's a really interesting kind of perspective on tech and government regulation, and how things kind of move forward in that. So I just wanted to add that little short story from my unique perspective.
Daniel, one of the things that the UK did, the government digital service, is many countries are now getting digital service, which is like, if an Amazon package can deliver, like, why couldn't the governments all around the world have some of those, not those services, but have some of those people work there so that they could have those services? So you need the who with it. And so the government contractors can be like a Surgeon General equivalent, can help purchase better stuff. The contractors can get better. And the UK just stack ranked all the transactions. Like, what are the most transactions? And a lot of them were like truck permits and all this stuff that's like so encumbered. You're always adjudicating a document with the government, and just cleaning up the quality of experience. The most digital government in the world is Estonia. But every country can do this. Estonia just didn't have enough money, so they did it. So it's a good example where it's way cheaper to become much more effective. And also everybody's happier and less frustrated with government. You have to get the people to team up, and the colleagues, and the techies don't know. It's sometimes like this example where, there are people who are different kinds of experts. You have to come together in a team that doesn't usually work together, or you can't actually solve the right problem. Peter, are we okay on time? Other people want to say hi?
Hi, Megan, and a lot of people here. Thank you. Wanted to take a moment just to thank you all for collaboration and pollinating. And I am really honored to be also part of the advisory board with the AmazonInvestor.org group with Jonah Whitcamper, which has then a cloak around the globe, because it's not just the Amazon. And as a small investor in forests myself, I've learned from the lessons and the work that I've done in microfinancing in more than 40 countries. It's essential that we come together and collaborate, and most of all, pollinate. So just opening that up as a hands of seeds of knowledge to share. And I honor you all for what you're doing and participating. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your comments last week at Amazon Investor Coalition. We had a great discussion. Everybody who's here, we're just kind of taking a breather at the end of our long second day before our last two sessions, which we're really excited for. So it's just kind of a virtual space for a couple more minutes before we get into our business session.
It's open mic, so say hi.
Hey, Stuart.
Yeah, hi, Peter. I'll say hi. Stuart Davies here. Hi, Megan. Yeah, I lead a program called Forest Geo, the Global Earth Observatory for Forests at the Smithsonian Institution. And we're doing long-term ecological and evolutionary biology research in 27 countries, right across the tropics: Africa, Asia, Latin America, Oceania, in many, many tropical countries that are being talked about in the last couple of days. We're building science capacity through a whole lot of training programs to do with long-term ecological research in tropical forests. So I myself have been working in the tropics for the last 30 years doing research and training. And I'm happy to be on the judging panel of this XPRIZE Rainforest. So it's been a great couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Thanks for all your support. I am back living in Panama, Stuart, so BCI is not far away.
Yes, sadly we've been heavily impacted by, of course, like many people, many parts of the world, by COVID. So much of our long-term ecological research has been put on hold because of COVID restrictions, which is, from a long-term data point of view, that can be devastating at times.
Sure.
So, and not to mention the individuals who were stuck at home.
Absolutely. Paul, good to see you.
Likewise. Good to see everyone.
We'll get started in just a minute.
Anyone else? Open mic, say hi. Who do we
We also have Chris Jordan, who's going to be speaking this afternoon as well from GWC, Global Wildlife Conservation.
Hey everyone, good to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
Sorry, just threw you on the spot there.
No problem. I'd give a longer introduction, but I'm going to speak for a while. So
I'm going to introduce you in a little bit.
Guys out.
Yep.
And hi, Marcelo. Good to see you again. And the others. I just see Marcelo's face. I know him. So.
And Marcelo is actually the first person that I'm going to introduce. I think if we're all ready to get back up and running, seems like we have a good audience returning here. Our last two sessions for today, this has been really fun and engaging. And I think as we close the last session, one of the things that I was speaking to is really this collaboration in this community that even within the prize and beyond that, we are really looking to foster and facilitate and convene everybody who's interested in moving this field forward. And so our next session for this afternoon is touching on business. And I think that as with many of these sessions so far, as I was saying, some of these topics cross many of the subject matters that we've been covering, and that's also kind of the point. And so to begin this session, we're going to hear from a number of people working in different aspects of this space. Everybody's going to present again for a few minutes and then engage in some kind of panel discussion, Q&A. And it was nice to have this little break with more people turning their videos on and I think asking questions more openly. Again, that's why we wanted this aspect to be more of a meeting than a webinar. And so to start, we're going to have Marcelo Furtado, who actually was the executive director of Alana Foundation prior to all of this, and also has a strong history as the executive director of Greenpeace Brazil, working at WRI Brazil, and has worked in many different aspects of business for a variety of components of the Amazon and sustainable futures of the rainforest. And so, Marcelo, it's always a pleasure to see you and to chat with you, and your perspective's just fantastic. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Very nice to be here. And particularly because having been at the birth of this prize, it's fantastic to be at a time when we have already teams gearing up to engage and help us move towards the solution pathway. The people that know me may find it weird. Why am I in a business session, given that I come from the civil society side? And the explanation I would give for that is, first, I think we're coming to the point, particularly with the newer generation, that this differentiation of .org, .com, and .gov is making less and less sense. The good reason why that's true is because you have to be an agent of change and innovation wherever you are. The second reason for that is we all need a social license to operate. It doesn't matter which sector you're from. If you are in government, you need the society to endorse what you want to do or what you're doing. If you are a corporation, you need a social license to operate. And if you are in the social movement, you need a social endorsement to have a place of speech to move forward. And I think that the challenge that we want to undertake with the Rainforest XPRIZE is one particularly important, not only because of the role that forest plays as a carbon sink, not only as a role that the rainforest plays as this huge biodiversity, and therefore maybe lies the future of materials that we're looking at, particularly with the end of the fossil fuel era, but also the role the forest plays because of the people and culture that there lives. Ironically, and maybe not so much, it's not only about the people that live in the forest, but the people that live out the forest and need the forest to live. Earlier, I heard some of you speaking about this crazy weather in the US and freezing storms and so on. And I always like to remember that one of the good reasons why we need a standing forest, particularly the Amazon standing forest where I'm closest to, it's because it is our water pump and it is our air conditioner. So as much as we in Brazil needs it for generating electricity, producing food, and taking care of our climate, it does have impacts on European and US climates as well. So this effect is absolutely integrated, and therefore it requires all of us to be engaged. I think historically, when we've been looking at this struggle of keeping the forest standing and identifying the value of forest for our society, we have been looking at from silos. So we had the civil society working on tackling the deforestation and the need to recover degraded land, and as well as attacking the companies that were causing the deforestation. We had companies that were either looking at developing their supply chains from deforestation-free commodities, or even companies that were looking at how can I develop technology or products that are integrated to the standing forest. One good example that I always like to give, because I lived that closely, is a few years ago, folks from Natura, a cosmetic company in Brazil that now is global, right, with Body Shop, Aesop, and Avon, they were researching seeds in the Amazon. And suddenly they come to this community and learn about this tree, which was used for cutting the tree and using it as a machete. What do you call it? A machete. What's the word? Cabo de machado. The stick that you hold the machete, right? A wooden stick. It turns out that the seed that tree produced had this incredible moisture capability. And when you have a very dry skin and you put a moisturizer, it takes a long time for the cream to go into your skin and keep it hydrated. And this seed is a perfect solution for that. It doesn't keep it wet. It's rapidly and fastly engaged. And the community makes 30 times more selling the seed than cutting down the tree that produces that seed. So this is an anecdotal story of Ukuuba, which is the name of the seed, showing how science, business, and activism could work together to change a scene. And I think that what we're looking for with the Rainforest XPRIZE is, by mapping this biodiversity, is identifying potential for the biodiversity. And of course, with a very strong lens of access and benefit sharing, making sure that when we look at prosperity and solution, we're talking about prosperity and solution from a wider scope, benefiting everyone and all the players involved in this ecosystem, which, by the way, doesn't mean only the humans, right? Which means the natural ecosystem as well need to be a beneficiary of this. So I think it will be quite interesting for us to see the development of this, to see what kind of technologies and solutions will arise. And as well said by Tatiana in the previous panel, of course, there is no simple or one-size-fits-all solutions. Solutions operate within a constraint, a political constraint, a cultural constraint, an economic and social constraint, which means that whatever we come out as solutions, we'll also need to make sure that those solutions are well interlinked with these other constraints and aim for making sure that we're addressing the climate crisis that we live, the social crisis that we live, and integrating the people that most need to be taken care. So I think to get the teams excited, I don't think we need to look at this as a huge challenge that you're going to have to solve it all alone. I think we will have bits and pieces of solution. I think we'll have a lot of people wanting to help these solutions become more affordable, more accessible, and more fair and just, and so on. For that, we will probably be very challenged to work very closely one with another. And my final comment, I would say that while we're talking about a very important element, which is biodiversity, especially at a time that we're talking about nature-based solutions and the importance of nature as a driver for our future, I think we also need to recognize that there is an additional constraint and an additional question out there about neutralization and decarbonization of our economy. And the standing forest plays an incredible role as a carbon sink. And I've been very impacted by the recent study published at Nature Climate Change, raising the issue that forests are extremely important together with oceans on that role. And the Amazon is at a tipping point that we need to be very aware of, which means that not only we have to stop the deforestation, but recover degraded land, but also points to the very important role of Africa. And I think that that brings us also to have this more inclusive and wider look and understanding how important other elements in addition to technology that we're talking about. For example, the issue of governance, because unless we have proper governance of these global commons, there will always be threats like we see in the Amazon. The role of command and control activities to deter the illegality is as important as the solutions that we will drive. So I understand technology is not, it's definitely not the golden solution for everything, but I think that technology, when well applied and with the right principles, can play a very important role. So I welcome the engagement of all these teams from all over. I urge you to take this task extremely seriously, because I think that we are talking about work that can change not only the future of this planet, but also the opportunity for the coming generations. And with that, I'll leave the rest of my time for questions and answers later. Thank you, Peter, and thank you for my fellow panel members.
Thank you, Marcelo. Great start to this session with your insight. And with that, we will take questions in a little bit after everybody's said a few words. We're going to go to Bonnie now, wherever you may be. Bonnie Lee is a founding member. Founding member and head of global strategic partnerships at Microsoft's AI for Earth program. a 5-year, $50 million cross-company effort delivering technology-enabled solutions to global environmental challenges. And in this role, she's awarded more than 700 grants in more than 100 countries and is helping to build the first planetary computer, also leading Microsoft's effort to protect more land than it uses by 2025. So Bonnie, it's great to see you again, and we're really excited to have you speak and hear more. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that lovely introduction. And I love that Marcelo came before me and made a comment. I do work for Microsoft, which is a technology company, but I am in exact agreement with you, Marcelo, where it's very much about how it is that we could apply technology in a way that it's going to be able to lead to real world impact and solutions and make sure that it could be leveraged locally. And so again, very happy to be with all of you today. Exactly like Peter said, I work for Microsoft's AI for Earth team, and the challenge posed by XPRIZE Rainforest, which is focused on developing novel technologies to rapidly and comprehensively survey rainforest biodiversity and use that data to understand the complex ecosystem, is really well aligned with what we've been trying to do at AI for Earth for the past 3 to 4 years. AI for Earth is really focused on thinking through how could we apply the innovations happening in the machine learning AI space at cloud scale towards the challenges that are faced in the environmental world. And we've had a chance to work with more than 700 projects around the world to date. I do want to note that this is a wide variety of different types of organizations and individuals who are participating, everyone from academic researchers to environmental nonprofits to startups to really innovative employees within large companies who all have very exciting ideas. We've had everyone from as young as a high schooler be involved on leading some of these projects. And so I think it's a quite a testament for the XPRIZE Rainforest as well, for all of you who have good ideas, who are really excited about this process. They're really, you could really sort of come from any background and any approach. That important piece is looking at how do you actually partner with the stakeholders on the ground to really think about how your project can be implemented. One of the things that we've learned from running our grants program at AI for Earth is that while there's all of these interesting projects happening around the world, working in more than 100 countries at this rate, there was a lot of opportunity to think through what are some of the ways that there could be greater collaboration across these groups so that they're able to build on top of each other's work, to look at how they could go to one place and be able to access the data that they need in one spot. And thinking through that sort of open collaborative process is what led us last year to announce that we're going to be building a planetary computer. There's going to be, you'll probably hear more about this in some of the coming months. We'll be launching with access later this year, but just at a very high level, and hopefully this could be helpful for some of you thinking through the XPRIZE, is that we're really thinking through what is that connection? How could you go to one platform and access major environmental data sets, models, APIs, and applications in one place? So for contributors to be able to add all of their data and their technology contributions, and for the consumers, for those who really want to utilize that data, take those insights and apply those to decisions and actions, how could they also have that designed user experience so that they will be able to really easily receive that information, and looking at that connection piece. And I think one of the pieces that I think is really well aligned with the XPRIZE as well is thinking through the fact that having large geospatial, environmental, and sustainability data sets is incredibly important. And there's some open data sets that we could work to make available for easy compute deployments, but also that user contributed data. So those of you who are out there thinking through what are those novel ways to automate collection of biodiversity data, of monitoring data across rainforests, how could you make sure that you could utilize that data that you connect, share it out with the world, and also contextualize it against some of these global geospatial data sources? Could be a really interesting approach. We've also thought through important applications and the sort of classes of applications that could be really impactful for how people learn about and understand the functioning of ecosystems and work to better protect them. And so for us, we've approached them in 4 different categories of classification, forecasting, planning, and diagnostics. So to chat about each of these in a little bit more detail, under classification, the simple way to think of it is like, what is where and how much is there? So what actually are you observing in the ecosystem? So this could be everything from AI applications that allow you to do geospatial image analysis of land use and land cover and track changes, being able to map human modification, a footprint of human land use, and also ways to be able to automate the analyses of biodiversity surveys. So everything from camera trap images to bioacoustic recordings. And so again, focused on how can we automate so that there's less time spent annotating data, more time allowing the scientists to focus on the analyses. When we think about forecasting, that's sort of that future projection, what might be where in the future. So also a type, like a class of technological approach that could be really valuable. For example, you might be predicting where deforestation is most likely to occur. And so you could work with practitioners who could facilitate rapid response to try to counter where there's the most expected tree canopy loss. And that's, again, another type of approach you might be considering. Another one is focused on planning. And this is really focused to help us understand what land planning policies will optimally protect natural carbon sinks and global biodiversity, and think through what are the sorts of actions that you could try to map out and get to the most optimal outcome for conservation purposes. And so this could be anything from doing conservation spatial planning to think through how you might manage a protected rainforest or protected area, to thinking through how you might want to prioritize carbon offset approaches and projects. Then finally, diagnostics. After you actually take an action, you are trying to work for the protection or the conservation purpose, how could you actually project backwards and determine what is the actual impact of the actions that you've taken, and try to avoid unintentional negative impacts of human interventions as well. And so this is where you actually do retrospective analyses. You look at the ultimate results, and then you project back and say like, well, my intention was to implement a carbon offset program in the rainforest here. What actually really led to the impacts here? Let's do a retrospective analysis and try to determine and diagnose what actually led to the outcomes that you were hoping to see. And so across all of these different areas, we're looking at supporting applications. We're really excited about all of you who are embarking on similar paths as you're looking at participating in the XPRIZE Rainforest. And so I did want to offer as well, I mentioned we've supported more than 700 projects to date. We'll be really happy to support any of you who are thinking of applying to the XPRIZE and are in need of cloud compute resources. We definitely don't want the access to compute to be a barrier for those of you who have good ideas and are excited to participate. And so do go and visit aka.ms/AI4E grants for more information about the grants program that we provide. And feel free to submit an application. You'll be able to get access to cloud and AI resources, as well as education and training opportunities as well. And so again, we're really excited that all of you are interested in working at this intersection of applying technology approaches to solve for real world issues in the rainforest. And we'll be very happy to support you how we best can.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. Really appreciate it. And all of the support. It was great hearing from you, and also getting to hear from Lucas yesterday as well. So appreciate it. Next, we have Dr. Paul Bungie. Paul is the co-founder and COO and CSO of Conservation X Labs. He was formerly the chief scientist at XPRIZE Foundation, where he led the impact strategy across grand challenges, And that spans civil society, environment, energy, health, and exploration. He was formerly the founding executive director of the UCLA Center for Climate Change Solutions, managing director of the Los Angeles Regional Collaborative for Climate Action and Sustainability, and also served on the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council for Oceans. So Paul, thanks for doing this. Great to see you again, and looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks so much. It's great to do this. It's always great to be back with my my XPRIZE pals. I'm beyond over the moon about this prize, as you might imagine. I want to tell you a little bit about what I'm up to at Conservation X Labs, which shares a lot of the same sort of desires, goals, and even some of the ways that we do things as XPRIZE. Obviously, I'm heavily inspired by the work that I shared with you and your colleagues, Peter, over the many years. So let me pull up a little bit about Conservation X Labs and let you all know how we kind of approach this, and in particular with the framing on business and the need to identify, develop, but ultimately to scale up solutions, including those that will come from the teams that are competing in the Rainforest XPRIZE, because that's really a big part of what's necessary for achieving the kind of global scale and impact that's necessary, is ensuring that we can get these solutions up to appropriate scale, and business plays a central and critical role in that, of course, because markets and the like are incredibly effective scaling mechanisms. I don't need to tell anybody about the sixth mass extinction and the state of the world that we're in today. A lot of this focused on places like rainforests and those incredibly biodiverse areas of the world that include tropical forests, coral reefs, and other sorts of places. But of course, historically, much of the world of conservation has been focused on this idea of walling off nature from humans, that in order to save it, we have to remove humans. And as Marcelo, you so well articulated, this really is neither non-practical nor desirable. And in fact, even as the world has seen an exponential increase in the number of protected areas and the amount of land and water placed under protected areas, to date anyway, our best estimates of the impacts of this kind of effort have been to not or have not have kept up with the pace of change. We're ultimately still seeing declines in populations and species globally, and it's of course exacerbated in those sorts of biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon basin, like the Congo basin, and other sorts of areas that are going to be so necessarily targeted by the innovations coming out of this prize. So we at Conservation X Labs, and as I said, coming out of the world of open innovation and enthusiasm for the amount of change that can happen through the sorts of exponential tools that the Rainforest XPRIZE represents, we built Conservation X Labs in order to help end the sixth mass extinction. It's important to have these kinds of audacious, of course, goals, but especially when we exist in a time where it's possible to leverage technology, the genius in the crowd, and things like business and markets in order to achieve this kind of transformational impact. To do that, we at CX Labs focus instead of on the symptoms that we're seeing, biodiversity loss, habitat loss, etc. What are the drivers themselves? What are the underlying causes of extinction rather than just these symptoms? And to do so, we've actually built what we describe as an open foundry, taking the best from open innovation programs like prizes and challenges, like mass collaboration and hackathons, etc., and marrying that with a startup studio, with the directed innovation that allows us to actually develop and scale and iterate and improve actually engineered solutions to some of these using our own deep in-house technology. And for anybody that is in Seattle or in DC and wants to socially distance see some of the cool stuff we're building in some of our labs, this is one of the ways to do so before finally scaling these and bringing the best solutions to global scale and ultimately financial sustainability. And as many of you competing in the Rainforest XPRIZE know, the innovations that are spurred and incentivized by a competition like this are just the beginning. What we're looking for are global market transformations that can actually lead to sustained solutions in the world that don't require the kinds of charitable giving or constant government subsidies that have so long been the baseline of what we're working on. To accomplish that, we also see our role at Conservation X Labs as building sort of the new tribe for conservation that welcomes everyone in from all different disciplines and backgrounds, all geographies around the world, because of course, the best ideas are rarely those that are those possessed by the experts. And you can hear my thinking influenced so much by the sorts of things that this XPRIZE also incentivized, the opportunity to reach into new places and new people and bring them into a field and try to transform them. So we're so excited by this because we think this Rainforest XPRIZE is accomplishing much of what is needed for conservation as a whole, to bring new brilliant ideas and thinkers themselves into the field. We focus our direct work on sort of 5 different approaches to engineering replacements, resilience in the natural ecosystem, restoring those degraded places, enforcement actions to ensure that we can reduce the threats themselves, and of course engineering the ways that species themselves are going extinct and thinking about the drivers that are challenging those populations themselves. Very quickly, I don't want to take everyone's time, but I want to give you a couple of examples of how we do this. The first in engineering enforcement, and we actually begin this process thinking about a threat that's not associated with rainforests, but is with another global supply chain that's under great threat, which is seafood supply. A third of global seafood or seafood coming into the U.S. and it's similar estimates in other markets around the world is mislabeled. It's not what you think it is. One example is that almost 90% of red snapper is mislabeled. So if you ever think you're buying red snapper, you're not, even though there are 9 different species that it could be in the United States. The likelihood is it's none of those 9. Well, this is a challenge for biodiversity because the more mislabeling and fraud that there is in the supply chain, the less the value associated with sustainably caught seafood goes down. It actually threatens the abilities to protect sustainable fisheries and the like. And so we asked ourselves at Conservation X Labs what we could do to democratize genetics, not just what the seafood looks like or the fillet that's there. How could we democratize the genes that are inside that are defensibly exactly what you think it is to protect the planet and its inhabitants? And in fact, when we began this project, it was actually spurred not by seafood, but by forests themselves, with a project coming out of the U.S. Department of Justice, who was concerned about illegally trafficked timber, hardwoods, and that were coming out of Asia that were being sold as cheap oak here in the United States for flooring. And we asked ourselves what could be done with this to actually use the DNA that's inside of a species to know exactly what it is. And you can imagine what kind of power that gives to you. Imagine if you're a customs agent looking at a piece of potential rosewood that's coming in that's threatening areas, or if you're looking at something that might be an endangered species from a critical habitat that's being trafficked in. Being able to rapidly and on the spot identify whether it is what you say it is transformative power. So we've actually built is essentially a handheld DNA barcode scanner. It's actually what we call is a nucleic acid barcode identification tool that's right now in the process of being commercialized, not for these biodiversity concerns, but for another threat that comes from the natural world, which is COVID-19. We actually pivoted at the beginning of the pandemic and have built and designed a test for the NABI, which you can see a picture of there, that's going to be rolling out in a couple of months to actually address COVID-19 in those sorts of places that don't have trained physicians or lab techs, medical equipment, reagents, even literacy. Now, the great thing about this, of course, is that this is a huge market and huge opportunity in medical diagnostics that's just going to make less expensive the actual core technology that we want to be utilized to protect species from places like the rainforest. These sorts of technologies that are capitalizing on markets, including adjacent markets and things like medical diagnostics, agricultural pests and pathogens, anything with the DNA that can be identified, and that helps subsidize and increase the availability of the core technology that can answer any question that you may have. Is it rosewood? Is it red snapper, et cetera? And I'm excited to work with partners throughout this prize and seeing ways that we can even extend this kind of technology and this kind of thinking further, as well as the kinds of technologies that you're doing, identifying profitable markets that might help make these technologies that are protecting the rainforest valuable and usable and affordable for those that need them on the ground in these sorts of places. Second example I want to give you is thinking about engineering replacements, and this is directly related to places like the Amazon. We're right now in the second round of our artisanal mining grand challenge. Now, in terms of threats to tropical forests, it's rare that mining comes up high on the list, but it's an increasingly threatening one. And I know most of you on here are probably fully aware of it. But not only does this lead to the deforestation of areas to pull out things like gold. So about 40% of the gold that's in comes from artisanal or small scale mining, primarily in the Amazon basin, also in the Congo basin, Indonesia, and the like. And to do so requires stripping the land of its vegetation, but also digging up the topsoil, even 5 to 6 feet of soil, which contains significantly more carbon than even that which is represented in the trees and the like. And then processing this gold with things like cyanide and critically mercury. This is one of the largest sources of mercury pollution globally, is coming from places like these ponds that are filled with these mercury. And so the Artisanal Mining Grand Challenge, now focused right now like a laser on Amazon gold, is looking to transform and replace the sources and supply chains that are delivering these kinds of materials that we need to power modern life. And so we believe similarly that there's just so much opportunity for innovation in these underlying drivers like artisanal mining that powers our daily lives, including the devices we're all working on today, to actually replace those threatening, sources of danger to the Amazon with things that are significantly more sustainable. Now, the good side, as you can imagine, I mentioned mercury a couple of times. Replacing ways of extracting gold with mercury also improves people's lives and livelihoods. It's not very good for the humans involved, many of whom are at the very base of the pyramid, the economic pyramid, to be utilizing these as well. The final example I want to give is back into the oceans, but I'm trying to inspire some thinking about how it is that these kinds of transformations can be, which is looking at engineering resilience. Right now, there are only about 400 surviving Atlantic right whales, excuse me, a critically endangered species in the Atlantic Ocean. We've lost 30 animals in just the last couple of years due to entanglements in these ropes that are used for lobster pots, for lobster fishing. This is the leading cause of death to right whales as critically endangered species. There's over 1 million lines of rope between a buoy on the surface and a lobster pot on the bottom, and no good solutions killing off these poor animals. So we ran a couple of years ago an engineering competition, what we called Make for the Planet, over the course of a week in Borneo, to ask for new solutions and prototypes, actual physical prototypes of solutions to some of the challenges that the oceans are facing. The winner of which was something called lobster lift. This amazing technology that actually does away with the rope entirely and allows a lobster pot to send a sonic signal to the surface when it's full, and then allows the lobster fisher to send a sonic key from the surface down to the lobster pot to inflate a balloon and raise it to the surface, doing away with the primary source of mortality to these endangered right whales. This technology is so cool. It's actually been highlighted by the head of IFAW as the only good solution ever identified for protecting right whales and doing away with these sorts of technologies. That gives a direct economic incentive to lobster fishers who are out there as well, because now they have an opportunity to sustainably manage their fishery while not endangering and threatening a species that is under Endangered Species Act protection. I'll note another benefit is these kinds of technologies could actually be more valuable for them, because no longer, I mentioned that it can send a sonic signal to the surface about when the pot itself is full. That actually reduces the need for these lobster boats to actually go out and identify and pull up an empty pot. So it actually saves the money, making these potentially more profitable than existing lobster pots. That's it in a nutshell for how we, Conservation X Labs, approach things. We're building technology and innovation with explicitly entrepreneurship, how it is that you build out profitable enterprises and work with business as a tool for scaling up real solutions that can help save the planet. We're extremely excited to work with the competitors in the Rainforest XPRIZE. All of you teams are doing exactly this. We're going to see some amazing solutions, I know, that we can't wait to help bring to scale. So thank you all for being here today, and can't wait for the conversation.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. Really appreciate it. And definitely think a big thing that we want to discuss shortly in the time that we will have is just scalability of these technologies. So thanks so much. And just to round this out, I'm really excited to introduce Dr. Christopher Jordan, Central America and Tropical Andes Coordinator for Global Wildlife Conservation, GWC. Chris is a researcher and conservationist who specializes in biodiversity conservation, protected area site security, indigenous peoples, and conservation, and developing the capacity of local partners in the Americas. He does a phenomenal work at that level, and he's strongly interested in community-based conservation, citizen science, indigenous rights, and applying interdisciplinary conservation philosophies. So Chris, it's really a pleasure to have you speaking here. Your work is absolutely amazing. And yeah, the stage is yours. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Peter. Like Peter said, I work for Global Wildlife Conservation. We are a partnership-based organization. Our mission is to protect biodiversity around the world, so similar to Conservation X Labs, but from a slightly different approach. We maintain a small staff, but we work in many sites. I think we have about 40 odd people, and we work in over 100 countries around the world. We do this by not establishing local offices and instead supporting local guardians directly, from indigenous peoples to local governments to local NGOs to universities. And while on the surface, we look like a typical conservation organization, our partnership-based approach makes us particularly able to develop and implement a diversity of solutions and seek scalability of those solutions. And this is especially the case because we use our approach and the position that it gives us to convene, to build diverse partnerships needed to address problems on the ground, to engage in many different spheres, and ultimately to remain nimble so that we can, as an organization, we can rapidly adapt as needed to address emerging needs, or to take advantage of emerging opportunities and support others on the ground and our partners to do the same. I feel a bit odd in the session on business, but I figured I would talk about an industry in particular that we deal with on a regular basis, which is the cattle industry. We know that the world was once dominated by wildlife and nature. However, today wild mammals are outweighed by domestic animals by more than 14 to 1. Wildlife has certainly been relegated to the edges to make space for domestic animals. Up to 83% of the planet's farmland, equal to a full 41.5% of the habitable land, is used solely for feeding and raising livestock, despite this being the least economically efficient human land use and only producing about 18% of the calories that are consumed by humans. The livestock sector is one of the principal culprits of climate change. It produces far more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire transport sector combined. And within the livestock sector, firmly at the top of the scale for its global environmental impact is the cow. Today, we have about 1.5 billion cows on the planet, and if trends are not reversed by 2050, there could be an estimated 2.6 billion cows sharing the planet with us. And I know many will think of the Amazon when you think of cattle ranching, and particularly Brazil, and rightfully so. But actually nowhere else in the world, or almost nowhere else in the world, are the impacts of cattle more devastating than in Mesoamerica, and particularly the 5 great forests of Mesoamerica. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that example and then talk through some of the solutions. So Mesoamerica, it's funny, when we talk with our indigenous colleagues and talk about the concept of the 5 great forests, they really like it because it's a marketable concept, and they often tell us that historically in the conservation sphere, people's eyes when they look at a map jump from Colombia to Mexico and skip all the countries in between. But actually these countries have some extremely valuable forests remaining, and valuable in many different ways. So Mesoamerica's last 5 great forests, they span from Mexico to Colombia. They include the Maya forest between Mexico, Guatemala, and Belize, the Mosquitia forest between Honduras and Nicaragua, Indio Maíz Tortuguero between Nicaragua and Costa Rica, the Talamanca range between Costa Rica and Panama, and then the Darien region starting in Cunayala and going down into the Chocó in Colombia. These forests cover more than 12 million hectares. It's 3 times the size of Switzerland. They're full of biodiversity. They hold about half of the region's forest carbon stocks. They provide life-giving ecosystem services to 5 million people, and nearly half of them are managed by indigenous and local communities. And these communities, of course, have time-tested solutions for how to live and work in these landscapes in ways that promote biodiversity conservation, limit forest degradation and deforestation, but of course, maintain local livelihoods. So it's no stretch to say that Mesoamerica, the people, culture, biodiversity, economic health, resilience to climate change, the essence of the region all depend on these 5 forests. Yet at the same time, the largest forests remaining in Mesoamerica, they're being destroyed at an alarming rate. In the past 15 years, 3 of them have been reduced by more than 23%. And illegal cattle ranching is responsible for more than 90% of that recent deforestation. And this cattle ranching comes in multiple forms. There's one, which is the illegal cattle ranching that's connected to international beef exports. So an example of this is Nicaragua, which has become the 3rd largest supplier of frozen beef to the United States. Yet the country has such a weak traceability program that this sector itself is unable to prove that beef exported to the United States is not causing illegal deforestation and is not causing human rights violations, especially in the indigenous territories along the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua. And actually, there was just a PBS NewsHour special highlighting this, in case you're interested to Google that afterwards and track it down. So that's one side of the problem, the illegal ranching that's connected to export markets. And then there's actually an informal illegal market with ties to drug trafficking that results, it's very easy to launder money through cattle due to the lack of traceability. So this industry, this informal industry, results in between 1 to 2 million head of cattle walking up from Nicaragua, Honduras, and Guatemala up the Central American Isthmus and into Mexico without going through any health checks or any sorts of regulations. And this is done to backfill the informal Mexican markets each year. I've heard numbers that for the population in southern Mexico of cows to be maintained, every cow would have to have 4 calves every year to get the numbers that we've been seeing in southern Mexico. So if we're gonna confront deforestation in Mesoamerica in the 5 forests, it's urgent to face the cattle ranching problem head on. And to do so with a broad alliance that includes both the bottom-up project creation and support for local NGOs, for indigenous peoples and local communities, and also the more top-down political support, political buy-in, and then the private sector support to transition away from illegal cattle ranching. To do this, we do need to support a number of the typical conservation solutions. One, provide support to improve the protection of protected areas and indigenous lands across the region. 2, we need to provide significant support for improving the tenure of indigenous peoples and improving governance and the ability to confront threats. 3, we need to direct financing toward rewilding and restoring degraded ecosystems. But then on top of these 3, there are 2 other solutions that more directly involve the private sector. One is to stop the illegal cattle trade and contraband. US and Mexican authorities must shut down transboundary cattle contraband to prevent that estimated 1 to 2 million head of cattle moving north each year. This is what's driving a large part of the cycle of destruction in Mesoamerica. So the cattle sector must create a way to guarantee that cattle products are not linked to illegal deforestation and violence. This can be influenced via deforestation-free procurement policies like we've seen in the EU and the UK. So in particular, in this context, it's the United States' moment to push something like this. And of course, support from businesses in the private sector in the United States will make this more politically viable and more possible to develop a bipartisan bill to achieve this. And ultimately, my belief is that there is no scalable conservation solution that includes cattle ranching. So we have to harmonize incentives to transition away from ranching across Mesoamerica. So this entails governments, banks, development agencies, eliminating incentives for ranching and ensuring that incentive programs promote forest-based livelihoods that protect forests and align with local and indigenous culture. Where cattle are legal but unwise, this will entail better understanding the opportunity costs of ranchers not cutting down another hectare of forest and making sure that incentive programs outweigh that opportunity cost. We've seen this work at scale effectively in several countries, including where I am right now, Costa Rica, where we doubled the forest cover in the past 30 years. And on top of this, given that by 2040, most of the international markets for beef will have been overtaken by meat substitutes, either lab-grown meat or plant-based substitutes, the same companies pushing for that development of plant-based alternatives or lab-grown alternatives really have an amazing opportunity to participate in a transition away from these cattle-based economies that are around the world's tropical forests and reduce the pressure on the planet's most important important forests by meat and the meat industry. And importantly, in this case, where we're building an alliance of indigenous peoples, of local communities, similar things are happening in the Amazon, to really engage with that bottom-up alliance and bottom-up community of people to understand how to do this in a way that can actually apply and align with local cultures and politics, and thus scale up. I think I'll end with that. I didn't have any slides, so I don't want to talk for too long, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or discuss this in more detail.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. Some great insight. And what I love, if we could bring everybody back here, and feel free to add some questions to the chat. But what I love about all of these different aspects when we do think about business, and Chris, we had talked about, the small business aspect of your work, all the way from that up to Bonnie at Microsoft and everything in between. And I think that all of these different components are critical in terms of ensuring scalability and efficacy of solutions. And so just as everybody is here back in this group now, I just wanted to open up the floor to discuss those concepts of the teams competing in this competition. Also, Paul, what you talked about that kind of life beyond the prize, beyond the competition model. How do we ensure that the teams that are interested in competing, that their technologies are actual solutions that do reach the right people and have that life beyond the scope of this? So I just kind of wanted to open up that general question to start. And if the audience has additional questions, please feel free to add them in the chat.
I'm happy to actually kick with a quick thought, because it relates to a lot of what Chris was just describing, and I think is really important. Is in knowing whether things are going to be used is a critical part of entrepreneurship as well. And in fact, so one of the things we teach a lot is lean startup methodology and the like, Steve Blank's thinking. But you don't have to take all of that just to, how do I create the next big tech company that VCs are going to fund? It's actually that some of the principles are critical no matter how you're scaling the efforts. One of which is customer or user discovery, finding out who they are and what they need and exactly how they're going to use it, and then test it in the field, get out of the lab. And what Chris just reminded me, we've got people like him who are users, are needers, and directly connected with some of the people, for example, in the illicit cattle supply chain. What is it that enforcement agents need? What are they actually after? Is this solution something that's going to actually help? Or if you're a park manager, what are your constraints? So rather than here's a technology, if you use it the way I tell you to, it's going to be valuable. Go and talk to those park managers, which are going to be very different, in Costa Rica as they are from the Cerrado or something like this, right? They're going to have different needs. They're going to be different numbers of them. They're going to face different threats, be they poachers or ranchers or otherwise. And so knowing those kinds of things, these kinds of tools that are taught largely in entrepreneurship aspects are really going to be valuable, I think, for teams trying to think about what a real solution is that's going to win an XPRIZE. But more than that, it's going to live beyond. It's actually going to be used by those kinds of call them customers, call them users, people that need them. And that's the kind of thing that's central in getting to scale. And I think, Peter, you all and the team at XPRIZE have clearly through this have brought together a lot of those kinds of people that are on the ground closest to the problems that will be able to help actually shape what they look like. And Marcelo, you addressed a lot of this at the beginning as well, and you'll be evaluating and seeing, are these the kinds of things that are useful to the people that actually need them?
Absolutely. We've had a lot of great conversations about this throughout the whole development of this prize so far, and also the past 2 days. Marcelo?
No, I was just going to make a comment on this. Is I think that one trap that teams shall not fall on is trying to come up with all the answers by themselves. Think about it. If you want scale, you need players that operate at that level. One of them is called government. I mean, you had Tatiana here, Secretary of Technology for the state of Amazonas. Her job is to make sure that there is scale applied, but at the same time, her job is to say that this is good for people and good for the forest. So you have a full-time government employee that cares about this, and there is willing to see opportunities in the technology solution realm that can be applied in the real world. So I think the point for me here is you are part of the solution, but the entire solution requires more people being open to more people engaging with your discovery. And you need to be open for that. The other one, I think, is companies. And part of the reason why companies should be interested is either because they have that motivation, they have that DNA, because they want to be part of the solution. Part of that is because some companies understand that that's where the world is going towards. Everybody's now talking about carbon neutrality. Everybody's now going to talk about nature-based solutions, and I need to be there. And maybe the third one is I'll be told by society and by law that if I continue doing what I'm doing, I'm on the wrong side of history, and I may end in jail instead of winning the Nobel Peace Award. So I think that adding these elements of constraint, time of the moment we are living in, and not being part of the problem, you can also count on corporations out there to do it. There are even corporations now making commitments to zero deforestation, for example. We have traceability now to the point that we never had before. We have consumers demanding that. So I think that we are in a world now much more interconnected, and where intelligence is being shared so fast, like Bonnie was explaining to us with AI and machine learning and so on, that it's extremely easy to find out who's doing wrong where. And what will stop destruction and enhance solution lies much more on how we work together in a system than looking for one or two saviors.
Thanks, Marcelo. Bonnie, that almost sounds like a good segue into Microsoft and what Microsoft is working on. Did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I want to echo a lot of what has already been said by the other folks, which is what we've seen as successful projects that we've worked with have oftentimes tied together team members and organizations and coalitions that bring different perspectives and different expertise, where you might have somebody who actually has the technology experience and is the one who's working on the coding components, but directly another team member is going to be a representative from a local user or stakeholder, somebody who has deep understanding of conservation concepts, somebody who's working in the government and thinking about how to scale solutions regionally, et cetera, et cetera. And so I really like the comment where it's not going to be a challenge where you feel like you yourself as one individual necessarily needs to be able to cover all of these aspects. A really important part of this competition and your entry is going to be thinking through what is going to be that right team to build, so that from the outset, you're not just building something that you think is the right solution, but you're co-designing from the very beginning with the people who need to use it, who are thinking about scaling solutions. And so all of that is going to be built in from the beginning. One piece that I'll also add as well, to extrapolate a little bit about what I was speaking about earlier, is around scaling solutions and technology solutions in particular. And one of the challenges that we've found when working with so many different grantees around the world is that you may have different grantees working on different solutions that are actually quite similar, and thinking through what is it going to take to allow for people to not feel like competitors necessarily across building out different types of solutions. solutions, but thinking through how they could actually start to build on each other's work and contribute to each other's algorithms. And then more of that attention and the focus could be on how do you contextualize some of these algorithms that are built out to your specific use cases. And so that's another piece that I'll highly encourage those participating in this challenge to think about, which is what are ways that you could open source your solutions as much as possible. What are ways that even in the development of your entry, you're thinking about how to share the code, how to share the process, so that others will be able to think about how this could be useful for their context as well. When you're thinking about that scale, that open source component is going to be particularly important.
Thanks so much, Bonnie. And I think with the time we have, I might just add one more question from the chat from Tao, who's actually speaking next session. So thanks for that. He said, there are several climate-focused business-led initiatives like the Science-Based Targets Initiative and We Mean Business, just to name two. There are fewer focused on biodiversity. Science-Based Target Network being one of those. What do you all think about how XPRIZE Rainforest teams might take into consideration the possibility of working with organizations like this? Any takers?
I mean, I think it's a great idea, in particular because, like you mentioned, Peter, a big part of an XPRIZE like this is to not just see one winner, but to see all of the teams be able to actually deploy and continue to grow even after the competition. And I know you want to do a lot of that. And I think, David, it's a great idea in terms of how to do so, to partner with businesses. And I mean, we've got a great one with Microsoft represented here that are increasingly making very legitimate commitments to these kinds of things and don't necessarily know how or who to talk to. And as a team, as you're competing in the XPRIZE, you're being vetted in a great way that can actually bring some credibility to something like the Science-Based Target Network, for example, that will probably, I would imagine they could see a partnership with XPRIZE who's already kind of vetting these things to see as a valuable relationship.
Absolutely. I might throw one more in there that Megan Smith just added in the chat. How can we work to ensure narrative data is blended into approaches? Culture, story, lives, experiences, etc. Equally important to these aspects of numeric data. So the tools and decisions are not missing these components. Any thoughts on that?
I could try to jump in, but I actually think what Marcelo mentioned before is a solution for this, is recognizing that entire community that is connected via these same problems on the ground, and making sure that, like Bonnie said, you're having conversations with those people in advance. You know about this wisdom, you're engaging with this wisdom, you're respecting this wisdom, and then integrating that into the solutions that you're developing. And I think even those conversations open your eyes to what needs to be done to get your solution applied on the ground. So I think the answer is very similar. And I actually think, we've been talking more about technology, but I think even the conservation strategies that Paul was talking about in protected areas not being strategic and not functioning as we need them to, I think that's also changing in the sense that in the more practical on the ground conservation, protected areas, et cetera, field, we're also implementing this sort of approach much more now than we did historically, and we've learned from the colonial history of this kind of things, and work toward having this exact same approach that everybody has been talking about today. And I think it will improve something like the XPRIZE and something like an organization that establishes protected areas around the planet, and help to break down some of the divides that the history has created between different fields, different experts, different communities, local people versus a scientist.
Absolutely.
Well put, Chris.
Absolutely. Thanks for tying it all together. And I think that fits with the thread line throughout the past 2 days, and really the heart of this competition, and ensuring that it's executed and carried out in the proper ways. And that I think all the teams listening and registering, I think this lens here and all these different groups, I think everybody in all of these could be sitting in multiple ones because you're individuals who do incorporate these interdisciplinary approaches properly. I think the takeaway here with the business mindset is to have a successful business solution, it needs to integrate all of these aspects in the first place. And so it's great to speak with all of you and have all of you here. Thank you for your contributions. Paul, thank you for imitating the sun flare that Bonnie has in her virtual background. And really appreciate you all for joining. And just your, I think as Chris put it earlier in his comments, just this partnership mentality, the collaborative mentality of all of this. We're all in this together, and certainly just appreciate that with each and every one of you. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
And with that, we are moving into our final session with just another great group of people. I feel like the beauty of these past few days is just getting to hang out with friends. So to start we called it an NGO session, but in reality, everybody in this group works across so many different realms. And so I think it's just a great group of people to tie everything together. And we're going to start with Nyanta. Nyanta Spellman is the CEO of Rainforest Partnership, building off of just that whole comment and discussion about partnerships and relationships. Nyanta leads a team that actively chooses and collectively cares about the well-being of our forests and our planet. Together, Rainforest Partnership creates outsized impact using an integrated approach that protects forests by working directly with Indigenous and local rainforest communities as equal partners to develop projects that generate reliable income and protect forests. So Nyanta leads just a powerful, dedicated team from all over the world in achieving these efforts, and just has a brilliant philosophy towards all of this, and looking forward to hearing more and discussing more with you as always, Nyanta. Thank you.
It's very lovely to be here, Peter, as always, to talk to you. And Paul, do you realize that conversation we had in Paris? You have a reality. The conversation we had about an XPRIZE for rainforests. I don't know if you remember that conversation. This was December 2015. So anyway, it is lovely to be here and to see so many folks that I know or have not seen for a while. So let me just very quickly, there's so much that we've heard today. Earlier, I was taking notes on, what did I want to sort of piggyback on, because somebody said, and at some point it was just too much. And I couldn't even join yesterday because I'm in Austin, Texas. And by about Wednesday, as some texts were coming through, we realized that we'd made the world global news. So we won't talk about that. It's very nice to be in to some semblance of normalcy and having power and heat, things that we take for granted mostly. Rainforest Partnership, we're an organization, we're in our 14th year, and Peter already said a couple of things about us. When we started, it was about working with communities, again, directly with local and Indigenous communities, helping the communities make an income, a sustainable livelihood that would allow them to protect the forest. As we started and we worked for a few years, we realized that it could not just function in isolation, because what happened was this David versus Goliath thing would not go away. The power imbalance was too much. And we had to go and look at how we were working. And so what ended up happening is we created a very integrated strategy, which still centers around working directly with Indigenous and local communities, but we partner at every level. Partnership is in our DNA, regardless. But we partner at every level. But then we added conservation education, conservation science, we added governance, partnering with every communities at every level, so that there's that policy aspect. And why? It was always central to what we were doing and how we were working, so that we would have long-term sustainability, not just of the work we were doing, but actually rainforest protection. Because as many of you on this call, on this webinar, this gathering, the summit know, so much is dictated by what the grant funding is, or who the grantor is, or what the policy of a USAID is if you're getting funding from a USAID or any of those national programs. But how does that do right by the work you're doing, what your mission is, what your purpose really is? And if the purpose is about protecting those forests and doing it alongside with the communities, and making sure that you're not imposing, that you're listening and doing it side by side, then you've got to do much more. And so for us, one of the things I wanted to talk about, a couple of things. One is that I wanted to invite the teams that are going to participate really to think about, you're bringing incredible technology, know-how. There's going to be AI, amazing scientific tools, knowledge, and cutting edge ways of doing things. There's data, there's skill, there's all sorts of financial access. It's all very amazing, and we need you to succeed. But here's the other thing about it. There's a driving force and a motivate, what is it that's motivating you? What is the driving force behind why you want to do this? Why do you want this XPRIZE? Is it just for technology's sake, as somebody had said earlier? Or is it because you want to really achieve amazing results because we need to solve something? And we need you to solve and find solutions, because the planet cannot wait, the forest cannot wait, the indigenous people and the local people cannot wait. And so I think about capital as many things, and this is something we talk about at Rainforest Partnership. Capital is not just money. It is, for us, the tons of volunteers and interns that we have. It is the indigenous knowledge and the local knowledge that our partner communities have. It's the time people give. It is the trust that gets established when people like us, NGOs like us, and many that have come before me today that spoke about when we worked for years. How do you access that? To put that into the equation for the work you're trying to do to create a solution. Are you going to come up with a solution that answers a real question and addresses a real problem? Because collectively, between what you guys can bring and what so many of us in the NGO world can bring, we can unlock that abundance, right? We can bring that knowledge. We can bring those resources on the ground, and our indigenous partners and local partners can bring their knowledge. How do you piece all that together to actually come up with things that will have practical results? And so very quickly, 2 quick examples in the 2 minutes I probably have. One is in the Amazonas region of Peru. And I'm talking about Amazonas because every time I say Amazonas, people think Brazil. No, there's a region in Peru that's called Amazonas. It is from the Andes all the way down to tropical Andes, down to the Amazon rainforest, incredibly biodiverse. And we worked with a team of ours, 10 people, including volunteers and interns, and some folks from SURF4, which is Peru's national park protected area folks. And over 6 months, did this survey trying to diagnose what has been known, what kind of studies have been done in the region. This is a region of about 9.7 million acres, not small. And our team found there were only 198 studies that had been done, of which more than half were undergraduate theses. Now no insult to any of you undergrads who've done thesis, but you know what kind of rigor that has. For the Amazon region, there were only 3%. We know nothing about this region, which is full of different ecosystems. And I know when our team goes and does a project there this year, we're going to find quite a few new species because nobody's looked. But what we're doing is, after that diagnosis, how does that information now drive what are the choices the region and the national government and all the NGOs and everybody else, the communities, indigenous and local communities, that are going to make for how we respond to what is going on in that forest and in all those ecosystems. That's just one example. And my other example is Deep Amazon. We have a project where we're working with 9 indigenous communities from 5 different indigenous nations right at the border of Brazil. 2 of those languages, the Amawaka and the Ashaninkas, not Ashaninka, were only recognized by Peru 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago. You think about what that cultural biodiversity is in those communities. And we're working with them on a protected area, conservation area that they've created and creating a management plan there. So I just saw I'm up on my 7 minutes, so I will give it back. But what does that do, that knowledge, when that many indigenous peoples, nations come together, working together, protecting something in their backyard? And how do we, in this case, it's just our organization, but everybody else that's going to come in and be part of that? What do we have to learn? And how do we respond with the kinds of technology that some of you teams are going to bring about? So with that, I will turn it back to Peter.
Thank you, Nyanta. Always just right on point, I think, with the overall mentality and philosophy of how not only teams in this, but anybody operating in this space needs to be thinking. And so just really appreciate your insight, and looking forward to talking more in a few moments. Next, we have Andy Revkin, who we're really honored to have speaking to us yesterday. And just to recap briefly, Andy is just one of the most honored and experienced environmental journalists there is, covering all sorts of topics throughout history. And yesterday he gave a just phenomenal overview of some of that work and just the importance of storytelling in this space and communicating. And he is the founding director of the new initiative on communication and sustainability at Columbia University's Earth Institute, and has really worked to share a lot of the stories in this space for a long time. And so I think, as I've said a number of times, Nyanta, Tosa, Tao, Andy, all here in this group and in all the other groups could really span any of these subjects. And Andy, just thanks again for joining us back here again today to share a little bit more.
Oh, it's good to be back. My condolence is not the right word. I'm very impressed, Nyanta, that you're able to function this evening. I just got off of doing a webcast with 2 energy experts who are in Austin, who live there, who have been completely disrupted by what happened. And so you've gone through a trying time. We had that experience here in the Hudson Valley once in a while, but we kind of are used to it. So this is a great journey that the XPRIZE is on here, and the folks who are going to be pursuing this prize. I in all my time as a journalist on this beat, 35 years, my book, The Burning Season, came out 30 years ago last year. Last year was 2020, right? Yeah. I was in the Amazon trying to understand the forces that took the life of Chico Mendes and were invading the forest. And some of the most interesting revelations then, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, were about communication. Were about how the rubber tappers, the Seringueiros, communicated with each other through what they called vine radio, Radio Sipa. And that's how they passed knowledge around. And the indigenous communities in the Amazon, when I speak with them these days in my new role here at Columbia, while they want to tell their story to the outside world, they also want to be able to confer with each other. So whatever we can do to facilitate that is important. And this gets to something that I just caught the tail end of the last session. I can't remember her name. Young woman was talking about that business.
Bonnie.
Yeah, and Peter, I think we were talking about this the other day, the cross comparison challenge, the bespoke realities here, that if you're pursuing this prize in Indonesia versus Uruguay versus Costa Rica, many aspects of what you'll do will be tuned to realities on the ground that still have ants and beetles and fish and snails and all that, but where the context and being able to get the information is very dependent on the cultural realities and political realities. So in thinking through projects like this, I think it's really important just to be grounded, literally, either through partners or just, knowing the terrain you're on. I'm sure most of the people who will be pursuing this are not novices and understand that idea that from a completely different angle. I'll tell you a little story that happened in the Peruvian Andes last year, where a team of climatologists were going up to drill another core out of one of the ice sheets up in the Andes. And they thought they had kind of figured out the plan. They had local partners, but the community through social media had gotten the idea they were mining, they were drilling the rock. And they confiscated all their gear, and it became a whole nightmarish situation. And a very famous climate scientist, Lonnie Thompson, was part of this. So even with all that capacity and funding and whatever, by not knowing that landscape on the ground, by not doing a lot of communication from the beginning, they ended up in a real crisis situation. And that's just sort of on the logistical side. The other revelation that I think is important is this co-production of knowledge, co-production of design of the projects with Indigenous people or with local communities who might not be Indigenous per se, but who are grounded in areas like in Guatemala. We recently did two webcasts here at Columbia with folks working in Guatemala on forest climate conservation. And there are Indigenous people within these communities, but many are also ruralistas, they're just traditional farmers. And you can have a good conservation ethic in a situation like that. It's way better than parks and guards models, which there's a big fight in Guatemala over this right now. So without knowing those contexts on the ground, and all the best science and technology, unless it's all remote sensing, will be for naught. And then I mentioned this one yesterday too, but I think it's worth repeating. There's a team of researchers at Columbia who I just got to know 2 months ago. I ran a conversation for them too, who are working in the Arctic and in Kotzebue, an Inupiat community, where the sea ice behavior offshore because of global warming has become completely unpredictable. People are dying falling through the ice. And thanks to leadership in that case, the Moore Foundation created funding for a project that would implicitly, from the very beginning, integrate the science using drones and very high technology and mapping sea ice, but integrating it from the very start with conversations with the community and direct involvement with the community in terms of what do we want to study? What is it about sea ice that is important? For global climate policy, it's important to know when the Arctic Ocean will be an open ocean. For the locals, it's how do I know when we're not going to fall through the ice? So to some extent, this relates to the grand scheme of the project. The last thing I'll say is that the conservation, the treaty, the treaty on the, God, it's been a long week. The Convention on Biological Diversity, 30 years old, which I've writing on off and on for 20 something years, has these grand goals. Identifying species at scale is a very important part of understanding where you have conservation priorities. But even there, in the very end, it all depends on, if you want to get a global commitment of 30% of land conserved, that still breaks down to what is the politics and socioeconomic and cultural realities in New Guinea, in Indonesia, you tick down the countries, Malaysia, all the way around the tropics. So all of this, that point that was raised earlier, how to integrate this. And maybe this gets to that ultimate, through the sequencing that leads to the final part of this competition, thinking very carefully about the open source aspect, or how to make this useful and coherent at that global scale, but effective in all of these 1,000 different situations is a grand challenge. And I think that's why I'm excited about what you're doing, because it's kind of testing that terrain. So that's a start.
Thanks. I definitely appreciate your perspective on this, and also having communicated so many different efforts internationally um, for a while. I think that one thing that is certainly always interesting is that ever-changing landscape, and how best to navigate it on a variety of fronts. And so, just thanks again, Andy, for your contributions, and looking forward to chatting more in a little bit.
Sure.
Next, our last two individuals in this session also happen to be on our judging panel, which is fantastic. And first, I'm going to introduce Dr. Dave Tao. Tao is World Wildlife Fund's Global Data and Technology Lead Scientist. He joined WWF in 2019, bringing with him over 30 years of software development experience. Prior to WWF, he worked at Google, where he helped launch Google Earth Engine, Google's geospatial big data processing platform, and managed developer relations for Google Earth Engine and Google Earth Outreach. So he's worked GBIF, the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, California Academy of Sciences, a lot of natural history museums, and just is a leading expert in fields of data management, sustainability, AI, remote sensing. And we're really appreciating all of the work that you've done, all of the support, and thanks for tuning in throughout the day and joining us on this panel here.
Thanks a lot, Peter. I just want to say I'm very happy to be part of the summit, and super excited about being part of the XPRIZE. I'm a generally positive person, but I'm even more uplifted by all the conversations that we've been having. So thanks, and thanks for being here and participating. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what WWF is doing with technology in forests, and close with kind of a dream of what I, as somebody who's sitting in an environmental NGO, would like to see coming out of this. Right. The mission of WWF is to stop the degradation of the planet's environment and to build a future in which humans live in harmony with nature. And the key to this mission is that it's both humans and nature, and we focus on both at the same time. They're integrated, and you can't focus on one without also focusing on the other. We have offices in lots of places. We work in about 100 countries around the world. And we work in lots of different areas. So forest is one, but we're also working on wildlife and freshwater, food, oceans, and climate. I'm going to talk to you about forests, but we're also, a lot of the techniques we're using for forest monitoring also apply to these other areas as well. When focusing on forests, we work on a lot of different levels. So the forest team cuts across WWF, all the different offices. They work on how to get funding to the right places, to people on the ground who need it and can best use it. To work on policies, so with governments at multiple levels of jurisdiction. There is work specifically on stopping illegal logging and unsustainable logging. And there's also a focus on marketplaces. So both supply, so making sure that products are coming out sustainably, and also on demand, making sure that illegal trade is not occurring. But for all of these things, the key to measuring the actual impact that we're having is really understanding the forest, the health of the forest ecosystems, and the communities that depend on them. And without understanding those impacts, then it's hard to understand whether we're doing any good or not. And that's what's key to the XPRIZE for us. We use technology in many different ways to achieve these goals. In fact, the latest WWF magazine, Spring 2021, has a whole section on how we're using technology to protect the planet. And you can look at that. Talks about multiple projects. I'll talk about some of them. We we do a lot with remote sensing. So, monitoring mangroves, monitoring deforestation hotspots, that kind of thing. This is some work that I helped with when I was at Google. This is called Google Time Lapse. It's compilation of Landsat imagery from 1984 moving forward. This is an area in Rondonia. Talking about storytelling, this kind of imagery is very effective. The starts off pretty green, and you've got those roads going through, and by the end, you can see this whole area has been deforested. And for technology, the forest canopy viewing of satellites and big data processing of that stuff has been very successful and very effective. But for biodiversity, as we all know, what's really important is what's going on below the canopy, and that's a lot harder to detect from satellites. So, just some information, so WWF and the ZSL published the Living Planet Index. There was a study out of WWF UK focusing on forest specialists and showing the decline in population of forest specialists, 53% decline since 1970. And the interesting thing is that decline, if you look at the populations, does not correlate very well with tree cover, right? So you might think that, you can look at the health of the forest using satellite data and get a sense for the health of the biodiversity under it, and that's not true. You need other techniques. So we do a number of things. One thing we do is working with a lot of camera traps. We have camera traps through many different offices, and we're working with this group called Wildlife Insights to aggregate the camera trap information. It's a partnership with Google. They're doing machine learning part of it. And the idea is if you have a camera trap deployment, you can upload your camera trap imagery to the system, and it uses AI to identify the species. And then we can aggregate across all the camera trap data that people have contributed to get a more global view of biodiversity health as shown by camera traps. So we're working on that. We're doing eDNA work. There are a number of projects, a lot of correlation between camera trap data and DNA collected to see how much can we get from sampling the water. Those projects are kind of new, and there are lots of pilots, but it's very exciting. And we do a lot of drone work. So there's drone, looking at the canopy, detecting infestation of invasive species. Some species you can tell from the canopy. Lots of different, monitoring mangroves with drones, lots of different examples of using drones. These examples I'm giving you are to show you that we're using these technologies, but they're used independently, right? So we've got a camera trap thing over here, an eDNA thing over there, we've got drones over here. They're not super integrated. And I think that's a big call that can be addressed by the XPRIZE, right? How do you use all these technologies together in an integrated way to gather the information that you need? I'll just stop here with a list. So here are some things that would be great to come out of it from my perspective sitting at WWF. The first thing, we've been saying it for the last 2 days, it bears repeating. Monitoring is best when driven by the communities on the territory you're working with, both in terms of determining what ought to be monitoring, doing the monitoring, developing the systems that are doing the monitoring, and continuing monitoring over long term and ensuring that the benefits are shared with the community. That's like number one. So any solution that comes out, the XPRIZE hopefully gets that right. There are lots of measures. We talk a lot about species richness, what species are there, but abundance is really important, and ecosystem function is critical, understanding the health of the entire ecosystem rather than just species counts. I already mentioned there are lots of prototypes, but they're not integrated, and they're not scaling yet. So trying to figure out how to develop systems that are easily deployed, integrate over a number of sensors, and can scale to multiple locations is key. There are a lot of asks about the actual tools. you can always dream. It should be affordable, robust, repeatable, so that the sensors can be deployed over long term to get long-term measures. Going back to that scan of the forest change over time, Landsat from 1972 moving forward, you can't beat that. I mean, it is so useful for understanding the state of the world. So having that in the tools that come out of this, people talked about open source, easy to use and minimally invasive. And the last thing is, as an environmental NGO, and Nyata mentioned this also, but we work on multiple levels, from politics at multiple jurisdictions to local community restoration projects. And so understanding how information gathered at different scales is different for different users, and understanding how to aggregate that information in a useful way is another key. So I'll end there, and I look forward to the conversation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Tao. Appreciate it as always. And our last, but certainly not least speaker, Atossa Soltani is the founder and president of Amazon Watch, a nonprofit organization founded in 1996 to protect the rainforest and advance the rights of indigenous peoples in the Amazon basin. Currently, Atossa is the director of global strategy for the Amazon Sacred Headwaters Initiative, working to protect one of the most biodiverse ecosystems on Earth. The initiative is led by an alliance of Amazonian indigenous nations of Ecuador and Peru, with support from Fundación Pachamama, Amazon Watch, and the Pachamama Alliance. So Atossa, thank you so much for joining us. We are looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you, Peter. Hello, everybody. It's so wonderful to be with you all. I've been tuning in to some of the sessions the last 2 days and definitely learning a lot. And my mind, like I can't really even integrate it all yet, but it's just full of inspiration. And I'm going to say that part of the excitement, and maybe this is what Nyanta was also expressing, is that bringing together such an incredible brain trust for addressing the problems of rainforest is super exciting. And in a way, I want us to think about the XPRIZE competition as just the one aspect of this sense making and collaboration and co-creation, because the solutions that we need go deep, that need to run deep. We have the moonshot goal of averting, for example, for the Amazon, averting the hydroclimatic collapse of the Amazon system, hydroclimatic system, which is really no less than protecting at least 80% of the forest and conserving and protecting 80% of the forest. And so, so I'm excited about this, and it's an honor to be a judge, and I'm learning a lot. One of the things I wanted to say is my work has been with indigenous peoples over the last 25 years ago. I started Amazon Watch, and so my work has been with indigenous peoples all throughout the Amazon, but most recently with 30 indigenous nations of the Ecuadorian northern Peruvian Amazon. And I just want to put it in context. Indigenous territories in the Amazon are a third of the Amazon. And that indigenous peoples globally have 80%, over 80% of the remaining biodiversity on planet Earth is on indigenous lands. So, and you heard earlier, 60% of the forest. So, and yet less than 1%, actually it's 0.1% of philanthropic dollars go to indigenous-led conservation. So I do want to say that, in terms of thinking about how we incorporate, and most indigenous communities I go to, the people who are in their 40s and 50s are easily able to identify between 400 and 500 plant species. And if they're a shaman or a medicine or a plant person, they're curandera or curandero, they can identify nearly 1,000 species of plants. So here we are, and there's a loss of traditional intergenerational transfer of knowledge. We're losing these libraries, and these folks, they're we have so much to learn from them, of which I would say that one of the key things to learn from them is this kin-centric worldview. Kin-centric worldview in that it is, sorry, I'm just going to put on my timer so that I can make sure, or maybe Peter, give me a 2-minute warning
Sounds
on
good.
that. Kin-centric worldview, where basically everything, all my relations, everything is part of a kinship, and I love that word kinship. That it's really essential for mutual survival and also mutual thriving. And I think that we look at data from satellite images, 2 to 3 times lower deforestation rates in indigenous territories. But indigenous peoples realize that they just protecting their territories isn't going to be enough to avert things like the tipping point of collapse. But they've slowly developed these forest mimicking agroforestry practices and these cultivated gardens that were not even understood. And the narrative is that people, again, people means degradation of biodiversity, but in the Amazon, we know people helped enhance plant biodiversity. And so, that's something to think about, how we involve them. And I want to just quote from the president of COICA, Jose Gregorio Mirabal, who I work closely with. He's saying, we're seeking an economy that sees life as a whole and not only for its monetary value. I want to underline that because partly what we're hoping to drive is that we need to basically shift the paradigm to one that is a mutually enhancing human-nature relationship at all scales. And that requires really a moonshot goal of like completely rethinking our life-blind economic system to one that's kin-centric and I would say life-centric. So how do we put the flourishing of and how do we see wealth? How do we redefine wealth as the productive capacity of the earth, and how we see ourselves, earth flourishing and ourselves flourishing as one continuum? And so those are the paradigm and value shifts that we need. Indigenous peoples can guide us both in terms of philosophy and wisdom, but they can also guide us practically with how they manage forests and wildlife. And so my work for the last 3 years has been to in the sacred headwaters region in northern Peru and most of the Ecuadorian Amazon. I've been working with 30 indigenous nations who form Confeniai, IDACEP. The initiative grew out of a memorandum of understanding between Confeniai, the National Indigenous Federation of Ecuador, and IDACEP, the National and Amazonian Federation of Peruvian Amazon, and all of their sub-federations that make up the 30 nations that are represented. This is an area where about 500,000 indigenous peoples live, as well as close to maybe 2 million non-indigenous people. And indigenous peoples in these landscapes see themselves as stewards of nations, indigenous nations who are governing territories in accordance with their principles and traditions. And so we're here working on a vision, a plan 2030, a bioregional life plan for the next probably more than 10 years, but it's the initial plan is a bioregional life plan that's seeking to really envision a permanent protection of these forests, of the indigenous territories, and the larger landscape. And this bioregional planning and bioregional focus of looking at watersheds as the unit of governance and really the place where alliances are formed to really look forward to fostering a mutually enhancing, healthy ecological system, the integrity of the ecological system of the watersheds. And so it's been really exciting. We've been having several strategies. One has been really about strengthening indigenous capacities to map and plan and develop their own solutions and life plans for their own areas, for their own regions. The other's been fighting the emergency battles, which, of course, the mining and oil. And it's been interesting because there's been a recognition that that we have been fighting these battles one place at a time and often competing with each other. Like, this place is more important to stop and we can let this one go. But really what we're talking about in the Sacred Headwaters region is fostering this mutually enhancing alliance that really is looking for the health and the integrity of the entire biome. Let's see, I wanted to also say that part of the work we're doing is very much similar to what the Green New Deal discussions have been about the post-COVID recovery, which is looking at a bottom-up participatory process of For example, programs and public policies to get to zero deforestation by 2025, supporting livelihoods and regenerative economies, looking at non-timber forest products, for example, helping indigenous communities have food sovereignty, food security, and economic self-reliance as part of the framework when we talk about livelihood alternatives. We've also had used a ton of mapping exercises to identify the highest areas for biodiversity conservation, the highest areas for ecosystem connectivity and restoration, and also the highest areas for stopping imminent threats, whether it being a big mine or a dam or a road. And so from that landscape level analysis, we're helping also come up with a list of basically a long list of solutions that Indigenous peoples are themselves defining for healthcare, education, livelihood, monitoring, and basically creating economies of well-being. And part of this framework is also this framework of well-being, Buen Vivir, which is an Indigenous cosmology that's trying to supplant this idea of development. We've been in the sustainable development paradigm for several decades now, and Indigenous peoples are offering us kind of a different take on that, which has to do with kinship, relationship, and harmony. This idea of harmony at all scales. And so it's been really exciting. We hope to have something to share in the next few months. We'll probably do some internal review processes with the Indigenous nations and then be able to release it. Both governments of Ecuador and Peru are electing new presidents. The hope is that we're going to get really strong commitments, a movement around these asks, this Green New Deal for the Amazon, and that we're also going to put together what we see as alternative adequate financial mechanisms. And I can talk more about this, but really the idea being that the governments of the Amazon are mortgaging the Amazon in order to be basically borrowing money and staying solvent as nations. So they have a debt-based financial system that's mortgaging more and more of the Amazon. And so part of the path is that they have to have these income from oil and mining, or at least they think they do, in order to stay solvent and not be defaulting on their national budgets. And so partly what we're looking at is instruments like bringing back ideas such as debt swaps, bringing back the ideas around alternative money systems that are not based on debt, and looking at things like how we just create conservation convivial income, conservation basic income. A big part of this, obviously, is that we need to help fund the transition to a post-extractive economy that sees the Amazon as the true wealth of the Amazon as forest standing, and that the idea that there's a justice and participatory element to this that cannot be shortcutted, and that there's a serious commitment to making sure that the people who are most on the front lines have the most to gain and lose from these conversations are helping define and lead the solutions. So I'll stop there. I can answer more questions, but really ultimately the moonshot goal of a life coherent economic system is kind of the hope, of which the XPRIZE, is helping to create feedback loops. Information about biodiversity is a feedback loop in helping stay in the range of, the planetary boundaries and the biome boundaries. So that's a really key part of this. So how do we stay in, how do we ensure the integrity of these ecosystems through good feedback loops of data? And I think beyond data and beyond these feedback loops, we also need to shift the paradigm and the value systems to be more kin-centric and life-centric. Thank you.
Thank you, Atosa. Thank you as always. I think that was a perfect way to wrap up this session, and also looking forward to the conversation, but also to wrap up these couple days. Everybody here has such a phenomenal perspective on, I think, all of these different interdisciplinary aspects of how teams need to be approaching this. I'm so grateful to Atosa and Tal both being on judging panel for this and helping to guide and steer so many essential aspects of this competition. And kind of an interesting panel because I feel like everybody could talk to or speak to every aspect of these past couple days. And in kind of our last event for this whole thing, I think this session can be totally open. I feel like people can speak to whatever they feel like. A number of us have long, Tosa and Nianta, we both caught up recently in the past week, which was great. And I just love the conversations that we have. So Tao, I saw you unmuted yourself. Did you have something to start with? No, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
No, I think what's just been amazing to me is the strength through which the importance of local communities has come through in everybody's talk. And I think that's perfect and wonderful. And I hope it carries through the projects that people work on. And it'll be interesting to see how local communities can be involved. That's, I think, one of the things that's most interesting to me, given the structure of the prize, where people don't necessarily know where it's going to be, the semifinals and the finals. It's going to be interesting to figure out the best way to engage with local communities as they're developing their projects.
Absolutely. And I think that we've been talking about that quite a bit. Hopefully the latter part of this year, we can get to a point of traveling and determining where some of those testing locations will be. But in the meantime, we have been working behind the scenes to establish everybody involved in the past 2 days has also been integral at various stages or even new to the ecosystem in guiding and shaping those elements. And I think that, to me, also, this community that we've brought together around this has just been so great that these core values are front and center. And so I think that as we move forward, it's exciting and promising. And I think I have a lot of optimism with this ecosystem that we're convening. And so it's a great pleasure participating with everybody. And I think that these conversations that we're able to have around this are one of the most exciting aspects. Tosa? Oh, yeah.
I'll chime in for a sec. It's really important, what everybody is saying. And I think the thing that even in the chat, that we want more Indigenous and local voices. And Peter, you did listen to us, and you convened us. You convene us every 6 weeks or something, and you listened. It's not easy, right? And yet Atosa knows that our Indigenous communities and local communities have such abilities and capabilities. And we saw that in one of the other, the digital democracy folks as well, what we're able to do. And the thing that you and I have talked about, so much of science for so long, who makes the discovery and who gets all the accolades, but who's done the work? It's been Indigenous, often local people living there knew what was there, and they pointed out that, here's where you see a primate, or here's where you see this kind of frog, and the discovery gets made. When we discovered a new population of yellow-tailed woolly monkey, species that's endemic to Peru and had been thought to be extinct about 25, 30 years ago. When we discovered, I'm going to say discovered because it was new to science, fourth a population 200 miles away from its nearest third population that had been found, the community always knew it was there. I never saw it because I never looked up, because too busy looking down, like every year I'm going. They knew what those monkeys were, the big as ever, and they're beautiful. And yet, we got the article, and yes, in the article, we talked about it. We gave acknowledgement to the community and the person who actually helped But yet, think about how odd it has been, right? And who's doing most of the work? When the indigenous communities are doing the work of protecting the forest, they're doing it for all of us. But we're not, they're not getting the benefit in the same way. We're all freeloading, right, in a way. And how do we, what Atosa was saying, how do we start thinking about some of this? How do we share credit, share the costs in ways that we haven't? I thought it was important when you invited us as NGOs, even though it's not, Andy's not an NGO, but it was important because people forget the role NGOs play. And I think part of it is that we're considered charities, but we're not charities. We're experts in so many ways. We've got the scientists and the anthropologists, we've got all the people who are actually, the things we have are the passion and the dedication and the care for our planet as well on top of it. Now, not all of us do. We've had enough bad actors amongst us, which is not good, which is why a lot of indigenous communities don't trust easily, right? Which is why it is so important to have those connections, get that permission. You don't go in somebody's backyard and just do things, right? It's their backyard. It's been done over the years. But how do we start thinking about this? And you guys with XPRIZE can, as you're listening to us, can start bringing some of these into the conversations. What is wealth? And it's funny, when you talked about wealth, Atosa, I wrote a poem on wealth and reciprocity that I wrote on winter solstice. It just sort of wrote itself. But forests have so much wealth they're giving us. And what are we doing in return? Indigenous communities are sharing so much wealth. How do we think about wealth? How do we think about capital? And I think some of these things are really important because people are making assumptions, and all sorts of assumptions, and how do we break them? And how do some of us start? So last thing, David, I am trying to get people not to say camera traps. I've got several people, Peter's agreed, John Comley has agreed. Think about what happens to lay people. You say camera trap, have you looked at their eyes? They think you're trapping these animals. And then you say, no, it's just a camera taking a picture. And it's like, look at this beautiful bear, Andean bear. Look at this beautiful monkey. Look at this, whatever, because we do we do biological assessments too. So I've been saying either stations, I'll do another call with you, either state we can say camera stations, or we can say trail cams. But just
yeah.
But talking about language matters. How are we going to get people to think? So I'll stop.
Andy, any comments on the importance of messaging and language in our work here?
Just yes, big yes to that. And thinking about language all the time. There's a journalism network called Global Press. They're female journalists in dozens of developing countries, trained carefully, very different than Western journalists are trained. And they have how there's the AP guide for style. There's they have their own guide, and it's a living document. And they look at it. They'll look at a word like migrant and they train their reporters not to automatically use that word, or refugee. These are fraught words with complex meanings. And so these issues really do matter, and they can change the tenor of conversations. And of course, again, getting into the landscape of biodiversity around the tropics, you have all these other signals and cultural norms that can be different in different places. So local knowledge always is a great guide to how to avoid missteps.
Yeah, another thing that was interesting to me running throughout this was the storytelling aspect. I think that's another critical thing that many people brought up, and Andrew for sure. Incorporating that in the XPRIZE, I think is going to be interesting too, and giving guidance to the teams about ways to sort of narrate what they're doing as they're doing it would be great. And then also trying to figure out how what they're doing can be turned into a story that drives impact. I think that's very exciting too.
There's enormous potential for this to play out in a way that, National Geographic is this giant network of teachers who focus on geo-inquiry. And you're basically talking about bioinquiry in geography. And there are people here at the Earth Institute training teachers how to do the same kind of thing. So integrating this at the point when it can happen in a way that's the open source parts could be really valuable to tune students in right away. Like with Mars rover and stuff, you get huge. Ed Wilson used to make this point all the time. I interviewed him on his 90th birthday, and there's a great story in this process, and that really can be conveyed in a very exciting way. So the Great Race, was that there was some wacky movie, The Great Race, if you could catch a vibe of excitement and adventure around, and thinking about framing always, not necessarily charting the last blah, blah, that's a story of scarcity, charting the wonderful abundance, and so that people can engage with that. And so it becomes less this kind of woe is me story that I was telling 30 years ago, and others here were as well. There's a ton yet to save. Thinking carefully about those ideas can make a big difference.
Andy, that's interesting you said that, because we just started one of the things, we want to turn it on its head, because too many people think about, when you talk about work that has to happen in, you're thinking about, oh, they don't have this. Even in the COVID times, they don't have this, they're in this shape. And so one of the things we're doing is actually just iterating what is the wealth and the capital that the communities that we work with have. And then inviting others to be part of it and say, here's what you bring. Because think about the disproportionate amount of weight we give to people who just bring the financial part of it, because we think that's all important. And then when we do that, we're forgetting the effort and the work and the passion and the knowledge that comes from everything else. Just that infusion of money, all the technology and all the money is not going to solve the problems, right? That's just one piece of the pie. We need all this other as well for it to really work. But if we don't acknowledge it and we don't talk about it, how are we going to do that? Okay, I didn't mean to just have Andy just.
I don't know where he went, but I think he'd be on the same page with you.
I actually did tell Andy I had his book on my bookshelf if I was in my office, which is too cold to be in right now. But anyway, I think this is part of, I think this is a conversation for a lot of us. And I'm certainly starting with us, because we have to, because we've all been programmed to think a certain way. And so I'll give you one other example, and this matters. How do we think about major donors? And Atosa, you know that. So, you'll say the standard NGO language is, if somebody gives you more than $5,000 or $10,000. So I'm thinking now, who are my volunteers and interns? Who's somebody who gave me an office that is worth more than that? And what did they do? That is my major donor. What is the community giving? They're a major donor, right? So how do we start thinking about this and getting everybody else? And so then when somebody's infusing their money, that's part of the whole. But it's not a disproportionate part of the whole. And I think when we change some of how we think about this, it's going to have an effect on how we approach the solutions and how we actually do some of the work on the ground. And I think that's really, really important. So it's not just about language. It's not just about what we focus and how we talk about it, but also what we highlight and what we acknowledge that we haven't, right? And so I think it's up to us. And so I will go back and say the fact that you invited NGOs, we're not charities as, charities. We're a sector that's filling a role that a government or a corporation cannot fill, that a community on its own can't fill. And the teams that are competing will need our collective, I'm saying, not just our knowledge and access and everything that we've learned over the years, right? Just if you think about just the three of us here, Atosa, David, and I, we could spend 2 hours and talk about what we know that could change how somebody designs their solution. But that's just like a fraction. So anyway.
Yeah, no, you and I spent 2 hours last week one night talking on this. And I feel like that is honestly one of the parts of this ecosystem, this opportunity. I think that we hope to facilitate all of these opportunities as we move forward in a variety of ways, and for the time being virtual events. But convening people, talking about having these conversations, creating that space for these dialogues, and for the teams competing to be wrapping their heads around all of the different ways in which they have to approach this. And so this group right here, I think, is just phenomenal in terms of all of the discussions around this and the leadership of moving this in the right direction. And so greatly appreciate each and every one of you.
I'll add one more thing, and that is, unlike any of your other prizes, this prize is going to be judged on how you include Indigenous and local voices, because that's a component that's so important, right? In a way that it isn't in any of your prizes that I can think of. I might be wrong on that. I'm trying to scan.
This one is certainly different than any other. That is for sure. And yeah, we've been crafting this in a very specific way for the complexity of everything that we're talking about, the needs of how this field needs to shift, and guiding it in a way so that teams engaging in this and approaching it have those parameters that guide them down the right way, so that we are sure that they are equipped and steered in the right direction. But also, we have 2 people on our judging panel right here who I deeply value and trust to help guiding us in that way, and we'll continue expanding that group as need be. But yeah, I think just thrilling to be moving things forward collectively. I think one word that sticks with this entire event is just the togetherness of how we've been approaching this. So, Atosa, I know you put your hand up.
Well, yeah, it was back, but when we were talking about, how we see things, how we see things, or how, how our paradigm is shifting over time. I remember for much of the early days of this work, the forests are seen as resources, or ecosystem services, and we're starting to hear more now. It's really, we need to take on this living earth, living organism, Gaia, the earth being this living system, and that it's interactive. It's basically functions more like an organism than objects, and that we need that incorporating that living earth worldview, which is really Indigenous people's worldview, that everything is, we start to really see ecological health, planetary health, and community health, and those become kind of our compass heading. I think right now we live in a world where over the last 100 years, the compass heading for everything has become about economic growth and wealth accumulation, that's somehow a proxy for progress, and that progress is this linear thing that you go across. And we are the thing that's hurting conservation, all rainforests all over the world, is the rate at which we are consuming commodities that come from the rainforest. And that's, in a sense, we have to really shift this bigger frame, which is that we need to focus, instead of at economic growth at 3% a year, or GDP growth at 3% a year, which means every 20 years we're doubling the size of the global economy. And right now we're at 80 billion tons a year of resources we're consuming from the forest. And we are, even with the Sustainable Development Goals and efficiency standards, we're still on track to be 120 to 130 billion tons a year of of stuff that we consume, the total stuff that comes from life, that comes from forests and rivers and estuaries and soil. And so really thinking about flourishing, the idea of growth being replaced by, I love the work of Fritjof Capra and systems thinking, really redefining growth as this qualitative growth. That's really, it's about well-being, it's about equity, it's about justice, and it's about, creating our basic needs, meeting our basic needs in integrity with the planetary boundaries. And so I'm excited about having those kind of conversations with this kind of, and part of it is visualizing what that looks like. We're for the Sacred Headwaters Initiative, I'm excited to say one of the things we're doing is a future casting of illustrated video, and anyone who wants to get involved, please drop me an email to really model what is that, what are these solution pathways look like, because part of what we want to do is inspire that we're actually going to be healthier and more resilient, more healthier and more secure in our future and happier if we focus on the goals of flourishing instead of the goals of GDP growth and economic growth. And that's the debate's been missing from conservation community. A lot of that debate's been about protecting places and setting them aside, not really looking at that, we can't really protect ecosystems from warming climate or failing climate and hydrological atmospheric rivers, or we can't put fences around an area. That's not going to work. We have to really innovate at the scale of the whole system. And I'll just conclude by saying, I'm a little bit concerned about the 30 by 30. I think that's kind of a 30 by 30 is maybe realistic or seen realistic, or was it seen realistic before COVID. The world's changed a lot since COVID, and we really need to accelerate that 50 by 50. We really need to bring that forward, and we, the conservation community, we WWF and CI and Amazon Watch and all of us, we need to be holding a higher standard, calling for more ambitious targets than 30 by 30. So I just want to leave everyone with that thought. And the Amazon needs 80. The Amazon needs 80. Let's just say that.
To be continued.
One thing I was going to say, Atosa, right behind you. So one thing is, you're right about the protected areas. But one thing we really need to get past is this narrative that's sort of come out from, I guess, almost the 80s, right? That we acquire, it's this still sort of colonial way of thinking about it, right? We'll acquire and create protected areas. But people don't even know about it. There is no other plan. There is no process for doing anything once that's, all these paper parks. How do we get beyond that? A bunch of our work at the moment is, we've been talking about better protecting. Why? Because there are these parks that are in name only at times when the communities themselves didn't know that something was created on top of them without their consent. So it's actually really lovely to be able to help and start working on these management plans at much larger on much larger areas, working with communities. But how are we going to hold each other accountable so this doesn't continue? And so this is something I've been thinking about since last year, right? Because people ask us all sorts of questions. And how do we, so that's the other thing I'm thinking about, how do we create a way of informing people? How do you hold everybody accountable to a much higher standard? And it's also to funders as well, right? Because somebody funded some of those, right? And I can talk about several of them right now, and those are in our portfolio of work we're doing, where we've picked up, where somebody just created something and walked away. And we've got a new president in this country, in the US, for any of us. How do we make sure that some of that money doesn't get spent that way, instead of having to say, oh, just ignore that. That's just how that's going to do. We're not going to focus on that. We're just going to focus on what we're going to do. But at what point, and Peter's heard me talk about it, it's no longer time for us to be silent. We cannot be just polite. And how do we question some of these assumptions that have been made for so long? And what is the balance where if we don't speak up, we've got less than 10 years to get things right, or we all sink, right? I mean, I was in Austin where not enough people did their part. I'm happy that I didn't have power because I kept thinking my mother wouldn't have been able to deal if my sister's house lost it. My other sister and brother-in-law said, you know, we don't have any of the things you have. And I thought about it and I thought they would have had a much harder time if they'd lost power. I was okay. I'm willing to do my part. But how do we get everybody else? It is the commons, right? It's one planet, this one forest. And how are we going to collaborate? So, oh, if I talk about collaboration, I've got to say World Rainforest Day. Guys, anybody that wants to be part of it, we created World Rainforest Day, and it'll be in the 5th year this year, June 22nd, 2021.
We'll be there.
For any of you to be partners, but yes, should never
Thank
get
you. Thank you so much. I think that to be continued on all fronts, and it's a pleasure working with all of you and being part of this journey together and collaborating. I'm really excited. I think this was a lovely way to kind of wrap up these 2 days, and I think it's also just a representation of this great ecosystem that we have around this and people who are committed to solutions and collaborating. I think it's just really inspiring to see everybody come together, and certainly the three of you have been so supportive, and I just value all of our conversations. I feel like I could just listen to each and every one of you talk forever on a podcast. So thanks for joining us today. And with that, I'm just going to kind of close out our event with a couple concluding remarks. Thank you. I see people are just me on the stage with a few last points, I guess. Please check out our website for more information, rainforest.xprize.org. Just a few last, I guess, housekeeping points is our registration is open until March 15th. So definitely be sure to check that out. There you can see our website again. And if you register by the end of today, you'll receive 25% off of that registration cost. A number of teams have registered in the past 2 days, which has been amazing. What else do we have? Our email is rainforest@xprize.org if you have any questions. And milestone awards for teams that are interested in support along the way. The teams that do make it to semifinals and finals testing will be splitting pretty substantial milestone prizes. So check out our website for all of that information. If you have any questions, please follow up. And with that, I just want to thank all of our speakers today and yesterday, both for your time, your contributions, and overall your just support in this endeavor and collaboration. We really appreciate that and look forward to everything to come. And I just can't stress enough how, one more thing for my team, office hours. Thank you. Next week, we'll be hosting, I think on the 23rd, for all registered and pre-registered teams. We're hosting office hours once a month. So you can just it's an open meeting to have conversations, but that's exclusive to our teams that are competing. So with that, again, I just want to thank everybody, thank Alana Foundation, our sponsor, and we will hopefully see you again soon. So thanks so much and have a great night or afternoon.